Powerlifting is a strength sport that involves lifting the maximum weight possible in 3 different lifts: squat, bench press, and deadlift. The 3 highest validated scores are added together to determine the total score. Competitors are divided into a series of weight classes, from the women's under 47 kilogram class to the men's over 120 kilogram category. The squat is a multi-joint movement engaging the quadriceps, glutes, hips, and hamstrings. The upper body carries the bar. American Jesus Olivares, weighing 186 kilograms, lifts 2.5 times his weight in a squat, which is 478 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of a show-jumping horse. Frenchwoman Jade Jacob lifts 188 kilograms, over 3 times her weight of 57 kilograms, which means she could lift a racing motorbike on her shoulders. With the feet stabilizing the upper body on the bench press is like a loaded push-up on your back, targeting shoulders, triceps, pectoralis major, and anterior deltoids. In the lightest category, the women's under 47 kilograms, British woman Bobby Butters lifts 100 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of 16 racing bikes. American Jonathan Keiko, in the under 93 kilogram category, lifts 245 kilograms, 2.5 times his own weight, or the equivalent of the weight of a piano. The deadlift targets the abdominal, back and leg muscles, with the hips, quadriceps, hamstrings and adductors, especially in the sumo deadlift. Polish powerlifter Agata Sipko achieved the best performance of all time in the under 69 kilograms category by lifting 248 kilograms, which is 3.6 times her own weight, the equivalent of a pack of 3 rugby sevens players. In the men's under 74 kilogram category, New Zealander Timothy Monigatti deadlifts 331 kilograms, which is 4.5 times his weight, and the equivalent of 36 water packs. American Jesus Olivares lifts a total of 1,152.5 kilograms in his 3 lifts, equivalent to a Le Mans 24-hour car. Powerlifting is an individual sport that is worked on in a community. The quintessential sport of self-improvement and becoming the best version of yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championship from San Jose, Costa Rica, presented by both Elico and SBT. My name is Alexandre Nodin, and today I'm here joined by Ben Davis, one of the coaches of Team Great Britain. How are we doing this morning, Ben?
Yeah, morning Alex, thanks for having me again. The second session of the week, and it's shaping up to be a good one.
Yep, this morning we have the 74 sub-juniors, 2 large groups of sub-juniors, some incredible performances in the making. We have a wide range of openers, even for a P group, starting off with 125, and we'll go as far up as 207.5 for an opener in the B group.
The bar is loaded.
First bar loaded for Panama, Arturo Castillo, 125.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some nice, easy openers. Pretty good coaching teams here across the board, across all nations, so not expecting any of this to be particularly difficult. Obviously, this is sport, so anything can happen, but expecting the openers to be nice and easy.
Yeah, maybe just some squat nerves for that opener.
Yeah, maybe spoke too soon, but no, I think, look, a lot of these guys, there's definitely a lot of new faces this year compared to previous years, and again, that first squat can be quite nervous, especially for these young athletes. So I'm sure he'll come out and absolutely smash it on his second round.
Yeah, it didn't look heavy, just a technical mishap on the way up. Back-to-back representative of Panama on the platform, now it is Yayesh Carrara, 130.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday it's actually great to see a lot more nations represented from the region. Obviously, being hosted in Costa Rica, it's really nice to see.
No troubles there. Seems like a lovely opener to me. 3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, I mean, not much more you can ask out of an opener.
No, exactly that. Nice and confident. Plenty more room in the tank, as you would expect. I think temp selection for some of these openers is all important, as you say. World Championships. Some people have travelled a long way. It should be a weight that you should be able to get, even on a bad squat day, and then build that total from there.
And please be conservative with it if you're not used to squatting in the morning.
Absolutely.
Now, Emmanuel Vega Miranda, Costa Rica, 135. That's going to be 3 white lights, a good lift. I'm interested to see second squat to see if that's how he squat or maybe he lost tension on the way down.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there on the replay, he's come up the hole quite fast. And those hips just shot back. Again, maybe a little bit of nerves, but I'm sure if he controls it a little bit more in that descent on the second, he'll be absolutely fine.
Now Chio Chang from Hong Kong opening with 145.
Yeah, nice to see him taking his time here, not being rushed by the clock. Obviously, he's got a full minute to get under the bar and get that that squat command.
Three white lights, a good lift. Do you usually give some sort of pep talk to your athletes before openers?
Yeah, like I think it depends. Like if it's an athlete that we've worked with a lot before, we pretty much know what they like, whether they like a bit of quiet within in the zone with their music. I think for new athletes, I think it's just about spending a bit of time before openers at each lift to understand, do they like hype, do they like calm? So I think it can vary a lot.
Now Cedric Ng, Australia, 172.5. Nice and controlled.
Yeah, no, very solid squat there. Nice and controlled into the hole and reaps the rewards and moves on to his second.
Yeah, very optimized squat. You don't get any extra points for going deeper.
The bar is loaded.
No, go ahead.
No, so it's the age-old question, right, of how deep do you want to go? But as you say, if you don't need to sit on the floor, then you definitely shouldn't be.
Now Louis Darren, New Zealand, 175. A pretty snappy opener, 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next up we have Jan Rivera from Puerto Rico, 177.5 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, very nice squat, and I think
And the bar's
as the popularity of squats, powerlifting has gone through the years, I think the consistency has been so much better.
Now Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico, 177.5. To the one, a no lift, 1 yellow, 1 red. One thing to say is that with a no dark singlet like this, sometimes that is harder to judge. He left room for doubt, he gets 1 red and 1 yellow, so that would probably be for missing the command on the way into the rack.
Yeah, most likely, and then obviously, you know, 2 different cards there. But I think it's one of those things where, you know, certainly from a coach's perspective, you don't want to leave anything to chance in that first squat. You really want to be sinking it and getting it in.
So in that case, what would you do? Would you retake it, slightly bump it up?
So, again, it sort of depends for me. I think, you know, new athlete, you know, maybe inexperienced, we're absolutely retaking. Like, you do not want anyone bombing out of worlds. Slightly different, you know, conversation if we're talking about potentially going for gold or podium place. But that's something you need to have with the athlete immediately as you come off that platform.
Now, Miskaoka, Finland, 180. To the one, he's on the board, but apparently he looked poorly from the front.
So it did look good from our angle, but let's see what the replay looks like.
Keep in mind that the referees are much closer than we are, even closer than the cameras.
Absolutely.
The bar is loaded.
Not much discussions going on in the jury, they seem to be satisfied with it. So we'll move on to Oda Takanari, Japan, also 180. But this one is above his personal best of 177.5.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday actually, quite a lot of openers well above personal best. Has been clearly been getting some good work in the gym since whenever they qualified for the event.
So he's asked to replace the bar for not properly standing up with the bar, not upright enough, not locked out enough.
That's what it looks like from the central referee. Become much more common over the last few years. You're really having to stand upright before they get that squat command.
And that is why you want your opener to be light, 3 white lights in deadlift.
And look, he's actually dealt with it very well there. It is hard to have to re-rack, unrack under time pressure, and there's many a time we see people will miss an opening lift because they've been asked to re-rack and go again.
Yeah, he didn't time out, managed to unrack twice and get the attempt. Nicely done by Team Japan.
Bar is loaded.
Now Sebastian Alejandro Akim Cubedags from Chile.
Really taking his time to make sure the bar is in the perfect position. So important on the unrack. Unrack can make or break your squat, and certainly on the opener we don't want to see any mishaps.
Three white lights, a good lift?
Absolutely.
Next up from Japan, we have Kishima, 192.
With less than a year worth of experience, that's a pretty good opener on the world stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So you don't know what sport he's come from. Certainly in the UK we see a lot of people come out of you know, various other sports. Rugby's quite common. But as you say, especially at this age and that experience level, great opening squat.
Now for Team Japan, Kyosuke Shima, 192.5. The second to last opener. Very narrow grip.
Yeah, very quickly in and out the hole there. Let's see what the referees say. Yeah, 3 white lights, good lift.
Next up we have Christoph Porter from Hungary, 207.5 kilos per bar. This is our last lift in the first round of squats for these 8 white lifters.
And now one final opener for the B group of 74 sub-juniors. Christoph Kosak, Hungary, 207.5.
The bar is loaded.
Maybe one of those lifters that wants to say, I could belong in the A group.
Yes, I'm sure it's always disappointing when you just miss out on that that top group, but Not unheard of either to see medals and or podium positions from the B group. It does happen.
Yeah, we've seen one yesterday for deadlifts. 3 white lights, a good lift, and it was a Team GB member.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Starting off with second round of squats from Panama.
So all but 2 lifters on the board. We are missing Puerto Rico and Rivera. And from Panama, Castillo is also missing on the board, both hoping to retake their opener. I think they might have listened to your advice.
Yeah, let's hope so. Certainly from a numbers perspective, I think definitely both were technical issues rather than strength. So definitely expecting them to be back in the zone and hopefully nailing it on these attempts.
Starting off with Arturo Castillo. He fell forward at lockout last time around on the platform. Oh, he started before the command.
Yeah, it's a really tough call. Nerves clearly and unfortunately getting the better of him. We have to get behind him on that third and final squat. I think that the coaches are really going to need to calm him down. He clearly was a little bit more nervous coming out. Hit the hole very hard as well. Obviously missed the commands. A number of aspects. I think the coach is going to have to get his head back in the game for.
Yeah, this is where a good coach comes in handy. Just trying to reassure the athlete. We know that he's very strong. He's strong enough for 125, that is for sure. We've seen it once. We're going to need to see it twice for him to try and register a total in the competition. Now 135 for Jayesh Carrera, Panama. 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, his opening lift was very solid. Yeah, very nice there. Nice conservative 5 kilo jump, but again, extra kilos on the board, which is all that matters.
Yeah, judging by how his first 2 squats move, would you be comfortable with retaking the same jump? Maybe going for 7.5?
Yeah, it's always an interesting conversation, and I would never normally advocate for a bigger jump into your third than your second, but the way that moved, obviously not knowing the athlete, just by looking at that squat, I would be comfortable with 7.5. Obviously, we'll see in a moment what he does take.
But for now on the platform, we have Emmanuel Vega Miranda, 142.5. And once again, he drops down into the hole, but it looks slightly better than his opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he dropped in very, very fast, but didn't lose those hips backwards as much as he did his opener. So a little bit more confidence coming into his second. Obviously, he was on the board, so.
Yeah, nice way to stay under the bar. And we move on directly with Chio Chang from Hong Kong, 157.5. I think that's the bigger jump we are seeing from the first to the second, just like Kosak from Hungary.
Yeah, I think at these weights, 12.5 kilos is probably the max sort of jump you want to be making at these weights. But again, every athlete is different, and conserving your energy on your opener and taking a bigger jump into second is very common.
It seemed like a very reasonable second. 3 white lights, a good lift for Hong Kong.
Next up will be Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico, 117.5.
Yeah, and looking at the replay here, obviously bar off with some resistance, which is what you'd expect on a second, but still giving him plenty of options to jump into his third.
The bar is loaded.
Now the second athlete we are missing on the board from Puerto Rico, Jan Rivera, retaking 177.5. 2 things to correct. 1, pretty easy, waiting for the commands. Second one, depth. Maybe, arguably more difficult to correct, but we've seen lifters adapt on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the weight moved fine, so hopefully you can just sink it down a little bit more, maybe a little bit more controlled.
And it's a game of inches. It was not far off at all. That definitely looks better from afar. 3 white lights, he's on the board.
Yeah, no, that was a good squat. He'll definitely be kicking himself. He didn't do that on his first, but again, this is sport, so he'll live and learn from it.
And now the thing is, do you go for your planned second? Do you try and cover some ground, go in between the planned second and the third?
The bar is loaded.
Do you risk it for the biscuit?
Yeah, looking at the board, those that can see the score sheet, they'll probably see he's probably jumped straight into a full third attempt, which I think is fine. Again, look, if the athlete's confident, but generally I'd say somewhere in between. Again, as long as that percentage jump in terms of raw numbers isn't too excessive, then I'm sure it'll be fine.
Now Cedric NG Australia 182.5, that's a 10 kg jump for a match personal best. I think we've seen a lot of that. Go conservative with the opener, match your personal best on the second, and go for a nice PB on the third with what you have left. And that's 3 white lights for Team Aussie.
Yeah, that was a very solid squat again. You'll see in the replay he's held everything perfectly. Again, bar offering some resistance, but then plenty of options for his third and final attempt.
Bar is loaded.
And the coach seems to be happy with that with that one. A little head nod is satisfaction. Now 182.5 for Darren Louis, New Zealand. Once again, a smooth opener, a match PB on the second.
Yeah, very nice second squat, and referees give 3 white lights.
Next up will be Mr. Holger from Finland.
What do you make of that pre-hinge in the squat?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I think it works for some and it doesn't work for others. I think there's probably a number of athletes that I sort of prescribe that to, that I personally coach. Again, if it works for the athlete, then I've got no issues with it. It's become fashionable over the last few years. There's definitely a time and a place, but it clearly works for him.
Now Miska Olka, Finland, 190, that's a 10 kg jump. Quick adjustment of the belt before setting up under the bar. The belt being the only piece of equipment you are allowed to adjust on the platform. That seems pretty light.
Yeah, no, very strong on right there.
Great control, but way more of a grind than his opener.
Absolutely. I mean, from a technical perspective, you know, it's nothing that you would say, "Oh, that was a misgroove." But again, you're not there on the platform with that weight on your back. So I'm sure he'll be having a conversation with his coach to say, "No, it's just too heavy today," or actually, no, we can go with a planned third. Personally, by looking at the bar, we're talking a 2.5 kg jump.
I'm right here with you. Takanari Oda, Japan, 192.5, 12.5 kg jump. This is well above his registered personal best. So some progress must have happened in the gym. And it's too heavy, Ben.
Yeah, it's a shame. That's definitely a strength fail there. Did rock back on the heel slightly. Obviously, we'll see the replay coming up now. As you see him hit the hole, he does rock backwards, weight loses backwards, and you see those, he's just unable to control it. For me, that's a retake.
No real other options because it looked like strength. He'll need to be on point if he wants to collect another attempt in the squat event. 202.5 for Kiyosuke Shima, Japan. 10 kilo jump.
Looks very confident on the unrack.
So that's 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah,
Looks
we've
like
seen
he lost a bit of bracing at the bottom.
Yeah, he really did. We've seen that in a number of lifters, that they've lost a bit of bracing, those hips shoot back, and it puts them in a really unfavourable position. Obviously, it's a good squat, but again, a conversation had to be to the coach. Can he control it on the third, or are they just taking the 2.5?
I think anything above 5 would be unreasonable, but if he can maintain that bracing, he might be able to squeeze 5.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the reality is that it doesn't matter what you've done in the gym. Comp day is different. You're on the international stage. That does change the game, and the coach and athlete have to take with what they're presented with at the moment in time.
And really, with those championship, food, travel, everything is part of the game, so you absolutely need to adapt on the day. Now Akin Kubedax from Chile to 12.5. That's a 12.5 kilo jump for a 10 kilo personal best.
Yeah, so actually looking at the scoreboard, his opener was 190. He's gone 190 to 212.5. That is a big jump from opener to second.
Especially when it's something you've never done before on the platform. You don't go into unknown territory like that. Final second attempt, Christoph Kosak, Hungary, 215.
Yeah, Team Hungary really getting some really quality athletes out over the last few years. Had a recent very good performance at World Games with one of their athletes. So yeah, it's great to see some of their juniors up and coming as well.
That was, I think, extra deep there at the bottom. No lift for Hungary.
Yeah, very hard with that wide stance. Hit the hole hard, lost the hips back. And then, you know, again, mechanically, he's just in an unfavourable position, and you know, he's unable to complete the lift.
Because yes, caving helps, but caving too hard on a wide stance doesn't work.
No.
So for the time being, Kosak still leads the class with the A group yet to compete. And we will now see a critical attempt. Arturo Castillo is either she gets it or he's out.
Well, yeah, obviously we've seen a number of technical errors, all of which should be fixable, but let's see. Oh. He jumped the squat command again.
He doesn't seem to understand what's happening, so I don't think it was clarified by his coach to him as to why he got in yellows last time around.
No, and it's look, no one ever likes seeing one bomb out, and you know, Panama obviously got another lifter that's coming up next, and you know, he's so far got 2 from 2 on squats, so a real shame there.
Now Jayesh is sent off the platform. Our first misload of the day. That happens. It's still the morning.
Yeah. Still not enough coffee. I have to say, being a bit of a coffee lover, the Costa Rican coffee is
Top notch.
is good.
Yep. Now the bar is lit for Jayesh Carrara, Panama. He went for a conservative jump from the first to the second. Apparently he regained some confidence. He's going now for a 10 kilo jump.
And look, absolutely based on the second, absolutely reasonable jump.
That could have been the second. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, it really could have been. Again, he's built confidence, and the reality is he's gone 3 for 3 on squats and building that total.
Yeah, that's some great momentum towards bench now. Now Emmanuel Vega Miranda, Costa Rica, 147.5. This is to increase his personal best by 5 kgs. but with more weight on the back, dropping down into the hole can get tricky.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's been a few athletes dropping into the hole very, very hard. So his second attempt was better than his opener. So let's hope that momentum continues.
Great effort, and it pays off. 3 white lights, 3 for 3 for Team Costa Rica in the squad events.
Yeah, I think a good attempt selection there from the coaching staff. Clearly understanding his squat style, and you know, enough strength there to control the weight and raise the bar.
Chiu Cheng, Hong Kong, 165. Good luck, fist bumps going out. Love that. He's going for a 7.5 kilo jump. This is 5 kgs below his registered PB. So Hong Kong seemingly adapting on the day.
Absolutely, continue to build that athlete confidence and kilos on the total. Yeah, very deep and very controlled. Good squat, 3 white lights.
Had he gotten all out, he might have matched his personal best, but he might have lost a lot of kilos for deadlifts. I think it was the right decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the reality is here he's building his total and go into bench with confidence. And look, everyone knows you can grind a squat. What does that take off you at the back end by the time you get to deadlift? So a good call from athlete and coaching team.
Darren Dewey, New Zealand, 187.5, 5 kilo jump. We're gonna reset the clock since the rack was not adjusted properly. Lovely.
Yeah, very solid squat, and actually I think technically very proficient there. Definitely a few kilos in the tank, but no bad thing at all.
And he might be one of those squatters that's very fast until he's really not, and the bar doesn't go up. So great coaching here by Team New Zealand. Now a representative of Australia, Cedric NG, 190, 7.5 kg jump.
Bars loaded.
Yeah, very solid third squat and 3 white lights from the referees. Great squat. He's absolutely maximised that minute. He had to set himself up. You know, didn't rush himself, and resulting in a very nice third squat there.
The bar is loaded.
6 more squats to go into the B group before we move on directly to the A group of 74 juniors. We have Mishka Alka, Finland, 192.5. You've mentioned that that would probably be the correct call. Seems like it is. He grinded out his second. Was it strength? Was it bracing? I think we'll get the answer in just a few seconds. Just stayed there, glued at the bottom.
Yeah, definitely strength today, but I think as well he made the sensible choice to, and we spoke about this with Amelia yesterday, failing quick, not wasting any energy. He knew he didn't have the strength, got the spotters to take the bar, move on to bench.
Yeah, you rely on the spotters, but you stay with the bar, and he teaches that.
Absolutely.
The bar is loaded.
Takanori Oda, Japan, 192.5. He missed this last time around on the platform. We mentioned it was a big jump from 180 to 192, especially when it's a personal best. Has he found the solutions? It's just too heavy for today.
Yeah, not today. Look, he got an opening. He's on the board. He'll move on to bench, and hopefully there's a few lessons learned from him and the coaching team moving forward.
The thing is, he's not playing for the title. Maybe too far to play for team points, but still, only scoring one squat and losing out on a lot of kilos like that might hurt.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, maybe if he'd gone 7.5, that still gets him to the same place, but just warms that body up into actually being able to attempt those squat weights.
Now Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico, going all out, covering some ground after having to retake his opener. 200 kilos, that's a 22.5 kilo jump. Now you can only tip it. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously we're not seeing what's written on there, bits of paper at the back, but he's clearly gone in for his planned third attempt, and the risk paid off.
I mean, great confidence to pull this move.
The bar is loaded.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think when it comes off, you're absolute hero. So well done to him. Ultimately, he's executed, and it's a good squat.
Now Kyushu Kishima, Japan, going for 205. The smallest increment possible when it's not a record attempt, 2.5. From afar it looks higher than his previous squats. It turns out it is no lift.
Yeah, it's interesting. The coach isn't going to the jury, so it does look like he wholly agrees with the judge decision. And looking at the replay, I think it's a good call.
Yeah, no room for arguments. Now Akin Kubedax from Chile, retaking to 12.5.
Yeah, it's a bold 22.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Yeah, the same jump as Rivera from the second to the third. Let's see if they can both pull it off. Now, for an inexperienced youngster, it's too big of a jump. No lift for Chile.
Yeah. It is tough as well. Like he definitely tried to push through a little bit on his second, and that does take a lot of energy out of you. Again, hopefully he'll learn from that. Bottom line is he's on the board. He will move on to bench.
The bar is loaded.
Final squat attempt of the B group. Christoph Kozak, Hungary, 215. Let's see how he looks at the bottom of that squat. He looks better.
Yeah, definitely less hip shift backwards, and 3 white lights. Good squat.
Great recovery from Team Hungary.
Yeah, looking at the replay, you can definitely see he maintained that tension in the hole, kept that nice upright torso position, and has pushed all the way through.
Yeah, the odds weren't really in his favor, but he managed to pull it off. So 2 for 3 in the squad events. The leader of the B group, with obviously the A group yet to compete. And I think we're going to see openers above that in the A group. Some great competitors in the A group. You see the range of openers from 190 to 247.5. Okay, it's gonna get very interesting. The first one to open out of the A group is already on the platform. Javier Antonio Mas, España 190.
Yeah, very solid opening squat and 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Next up, we have James Hardy from Great Britain. He's doing 3 kilos over the bar.
Hopefully we see a lot of that with that first round. Just get these openers out of the way. Next one out from Team GB, James Hardy, 200. And you know what? I've trained with him 2 days ago in the parking lot.
Good old garage gym here in Costa Rica.
He felt confident, felt comfortable. Hit his final bench. He was looking good. How about the squat for James Hardy?
Bringing some good intensity from the off. Let's see how he does.
Three white lights. He might have hit the hole a bit hard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with that, but he's got it in. Hopefully he can relax a little bit. The nerves hopefully calm down.
I usually ask every co-host whether or not they agree with the fact that that first squat is the most nerve-wracking attempt of the whole competition. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would. Even if you're a deadlift specialist and that's where you think you're going to make up your ground, it sets you up for the whole competition. Getting your opening squat, moving on, builds confidence. And for those that are squat specialists, obviously it becomes even more important, right? Because then they're always playing catch up through the rest of the meet. So
yeah, if you make a greater chunk of your total in the squat, it can get nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Now, Franz Jose Goris, Belgium, 202.5. Wow, that's lovely.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. That's a very good opening squat.
That's 3 white lights, 8 good lifts.
From Spain.
And you know what? I also saw him, but yesterday in the training room of the hotel, he was worried about his weight. Turns out he's just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is always a worry, especially certainly being European, we're always normally quite lucky. The travel times are short. This one was not for us, as all the other European nations as well. So an absolute worry. Look, we all know that plane travel can affect weight in weird and wonderful ways, but he's here, so clearly made weight.
Now, Ignacio López Carvajal, España, 205.
Yeah, Spain the last few years, I think. I've been doing this now since 2019, and every year more and more Spanish turn up, and got some exceedingly strong athletes coming through.
Very fast opener. 3 white lights, a good lift, and you're absolutely right. And now a nation that is getting more and more well known for their squat. Obviously in the juniors for a long time, we've seen Antonio Perez Barros terrorize the 105 with multiple squat records. He coached a world champion yesterday. Seems like the youngsters have gotten inspired.
And absolutely, they should be.
Now Harry Liu, Australia, 205. Three white lights. I mean, that's a good opener.
Yeah, really nice opener there, and we'll see on the replay, very mechanically efficient. Hits the hole hard, but is able to maintain that brace. I think that's important, that, you know, everyone has a different squat style and you've got to do what works for you.
Now opening on Omisole, Jonas Patrick Johnson, Costa Rica.
As they sporting one of my favourite OG SBD singlets.
I can get why. And I mean, especially if you're Costa Rican. A bit segmented on the way up.
Yeah, bar offered some resistance there. He's been called 2-1.
Next up we have Loak Chang from Singapore.
Coach deciding
250 kilos
not
of bars loaded.
to go to the jury on this opening lift. Let's take a look at the replay.
Could you make a case for that squat?
The biggest thing that, and a conversation I have with a lot of coaches all the time, is, do you want to burn credit with the jury? And I don't think that attempt is worth it. It was borderline.
That's a great point, actually.
You know, if you're that coaching team that goes every time, they're going to wave you away.
Now Loic Chiang, Singapore, 210. I'm worried as to how this one is going to be judged. Yeah, 1 blue for downwards movements.
Yeah, and the jury are actually getting over to talk to the athlete and coaching team by the looks of things. Yeah, because he was given the squat command and then sort of double dipped the bar.
It's great that they're actually giving him the opportunity to learn. I like that from the jury.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think if you know by the letter of the law, it would, you know, not be a squat. But I think the point is he obviously didn't attempt to squat the bar. So there's probably some interpretation there.
Now Anthony Vaillancourt, Canada, 215. Very efficient setup.
Yeah, lovely opening squat and 3 white lights. It's often very underestimated, especially I think at some of the younger athletes, how important the unrack and the walkout is. You know, maintain tension, maintain stability, will set you up for a strong squat.
Especially if you're efficient with it, it saves you a lot of energy. If you're not braced up properly, you're unstable, it is tough to balance. Now Jesus Mancilla, Mexico, 220. We're not going to bother saying that it is provisional squat goal because we are going to see a lot of that, and it's only the opening round of the A group.
Very fast in the hole, but as we say, was able to control that and resulted in 3 white lights. A really good squat. I also really liked how he rebraced at the top there. If you notice, he almost sucks the air in through a straw. The bar doesn't pop up and down before he squats. He maintains that control, maintains that tension.
It was almost a post squat at the bottom. Great tension in the hole. But you really want to find that middle ground in terms of velocity on the way down, where you can still control, but you preserve some energy, but it's not too heavy, too hard at the bottom. Now Yu Song-hu, Chinese Taipei, 220. And he's a lifter we've already seen in this championship. He was in equipment last time around on the platform, so back-to-back championships for him.
Yeah, it's a very strong effort, and well, 3 white lights, good squat there. Seen a few athletes. There was a couple of females in the yesterday morning session, exactly the same, and pulled out very, very good performances.
same opening attempt. 220 for Lyle Babin, Canada. I mean, just like his coach said, it was indeed lightweight, 3 wet lights for light.
Yeah, very nice squat, and not that aesthetics is what equals strength, but a very pretty squat as well. Maintained that tension, held his position, and yeah, bar popped out the hole with some good speed.
Now, Byron Moore, USA, 222.5. One of the last 3 squat openers of this group. Looks like I've trained with a lot of these lifters of the 74s. Byron was looking good. He's forecasted to be in 4th position in the class. Very much in the hunt for the podium. And it started with his squat opener. He's looking on points. 3 white lights. A good lift for Byron.
That was a very good opener. And knowing how the American teams operate as well, I'm expecting a chunky jump.
Yeah, something along the lines of 15.
I mean, I'd be comfortable putting 15 on the bar myself. So let's see what they put in.
Now the second to last opener, Gonzalo David Rodriguez, Colombia, 245. That's a pretty bar for an opener. Another pretty wide stance, 3 white lights, less knee cave than the Hungarian in the B group.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's hip shot back a little bit, but controlled it perfectly fine, and the bar moved fast out the hole, so yeah, no issues there.
But still, I would not be expecting as big of a jump as Byron, probably.
The bar is loaded.
No, not with that squat stance.
The final opener, Bantra, USA, 247.5. Forecasted to be in 2nd position overall, but very much in the hunt for the title of world champion. I don't know if you picked it up, but his left knee seemed to have gave up on the bar at the bottom there. 2-1, a good lift.
Yeah, and he's been called on one side there. Still a good lift. Jury are having a little quick look. Let's have a look at this replay. Yeah, there's very slight rotation there at the bottom, which has put him in an unfavourable position. Tough call, because you've got to progress with what's presented in front of you. It obviously offered resistance. And some tough calls to make as to what jump they're going to take next.
The thing is, it's looking to be a battle between him and Colombia. Both having somewhat of a difficult opener. I think you would take a smaller jump just to collect kilos, maybe regain confidence, show it was only a technique issue, but you're feeling strong, and then move on with a chunky jump for the 3rd, maybe. Javier Antonio Mas, España, 205, a 15-kilo jump.
Yeah, solid squat and 3 white lights from the judges. Again, that's what we like to see. Sensible jump into the second, giving himself plenty of room to build that total in his third.
Yeah, his personal best is 2:12.5. Judging by that 2:05, I would expect him to match it probably.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be a very good call.
Now James Hardy, Great Britain, 2:07.5. Just 2.5 kilos shy of his personal best of 2:10.
Yeah, a little bit of a nervous opening squat. He is on the board, so he can go into this with much more confidence.
It slows down, but it's expected for a second attempt. Still 3 white knights, and I think he has room for a third.
Yeah, I think from a technical perspective as well, they bar offered resistance, but actually I think moved better than the opener. It was certainly more technically proficient. You know, up to another 7.5 kilo jump into his third potentially, maybe 5 if they want to play it safe.
5 would still be a personal best, so I think you'll already be satisfied with that.
Absolutely, and any personal best at a World Championships is a big win.
Now Jonas Patrick Johnson from Costa Rica retaking his opener of 2:10. Was slightly above depth last time around. It looked very different this time. He pushed his knees outwards from the top to the bottom, and still no lift. One call for depth, one call for downwards movement.
Have a look at this replay.
And I think in that case, if I were the coach, I would have went to the jury table.
Absolutely, I think where you get a split decision on what the infraction is for, it can sow a seed of doubt in the jury's mind and actually can work in your favour. And I think that definitely would be going to the jury on that second attempt.
French Joseph Gorist, who apparently has a lot of supporters in the crowd, is going for 2:15. That's a 12.5 kilo jump for a match personal best.
I think a lot of the European nations, having travelled so far, there's a lot of family and friends have been travelling with them. It's been some real good atmosphere in the crowd.
I mean, Costa Rica is quite the destination. I must say the food has been amazing, the people have been amazing. Once again, fairly comfortable, 3 white lights.
Yeah, he's definitely on with squats today. Bar moving very, very nicely.
He'll now be in personal best territory, so what do you load? Do you go hard? Do you collect kilos? He's in the A group. He's aiming towards a top 8 finish. Important for team points.
I mean, for me, when you're squatting like that, he's clearly confident. The bar is clearly moving well. In this case, for me, it's worth the risk of the higher end of number selection here.
Harry Liu, Australia, 2:15 at 10 kilo jump. Just 0.5 below his personal best. Oh, he's good for more today. He is good for more. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And assuming that the chip that he's got on his personal best is obviously a national record, so obviously he won't be able to put any chips on here, looking at the World Sub-Junior record of 295.5. So he will have to take at least a 2.5 kilo jump, but I would expect absolutely more based off of that second attempt.
So he'll probably be breaking a national record on the international platform. Ignacio López Carvajal, España, 217.5, 12.5 kilo jump. So technically efficient. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, no, very nice there. It does make me nervous, like when they take that big breath in and the bar starts whipping before they even start their squat. But look, he's dealt with it very well and given himself plenty of room to jump into a big third.
The thing is, he restabilized it before going down, but you're right, we've seen even very experienced lifters get costed by that. I'm thinking about Adeo Misakin with his final squats. So yeah, it does happen. Now Loic Xiang, Singapore, going for 225. That's a milestone, the 4 red plates in competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, that double dipping at the bottom.
Yeah, and he's got 2 to 1, and the jury, he's warned him.
Next up will be Yu Sun Min from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, and the jury have overruled it. I think you're not getting away with. The jury have taken their time on your opening squat to go out and warn you that, you know, once that squat command has been given, you know, you're risking an infraction, and they have overturned that squat.
Now Yu Sung-Hoo going for a match personal best of 227.5.
A reminder to athletes to walk out the back of the squat rack.
The clock is ticking. Yu Sung-Hoo is not coming to the platform. Where is he? Oh, he's finally coming. I'm not sure I like him adjusting his wrist wraps there, but let's see it, match personal best. Oh, nice switch to get back under the bar.
Yeah, very well controlled. Obviously, one blue card there from the centre referee.
So blues can be either for downwards movement or lack of lockout or presentation of the bar. Which one could it be there?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough looking at that replay there.
The bar is loaded.
I think it could only have been called for downward movement. My personal opinion from looking at the replay is that it did come to a dead stop, but didn't move down. But as you say, the referees have the best view. But nonetheless, the squat stands, so good lift.
Now Anthony Vaillancourt, Canada, 227.5, 12.5 kilo jump. Pacing towards a new personal best on the third, should this one move well.
Yeah, 227 very quickly after 225, another milestone for some lifters being 500 pounds, which I know the Canadians and Americans do like their pounds.
They do.
A very solid squat.
3 white lights, a good lift. It does make easy work of it. So what's the next milestone?
Bar is loaded.
I think some would say 250, right? But actually, I think it's 275. It's
Oh.
getting that extra red on. It's a big way to the
That's
next
quite the cap.
milestone.
To 32.5 for Jesus Mancia, Mexico, 12.5 kilo jump. His personal best, 234. We're not far off. I want to see that technique again. This time it does look higher from afar. He gets 1 red, but 2 to 1, a good lift.
Yeah, yeah. It's. I think bar speed has definitely helped in there. The jury are taking a look. There doesn't seem to be much debate going on right now, so he may have got away with it. No, jury has overruled that. Jury has overruled. He is going to have to sink that deeper on his third.
Yeah, I think that replay didn't do him justice. It did look a bit high, so no lift for Jesus Mancia. Now Lai Bev in Canada, going for that same weight, 232.5. Textbook squat last time around on the platform. I want to see that textbook squat again. And he does just that.
Yeah, I really like his squat. Very efficient, very confident. Everything's working for him.
Is he limping off the platform there? Might be a cramp. Yeah, it looks like a cramp.
Yeah, he was smiling, so...
Yeah, look at his right calf. I think it's the right calf that cramped up. Not the worst.
No. Get out the back, have a little bit of electrolytes, maybe a bit of massage.
Now Byron Moore going for 235, 12.5 kilo jump. Provisional squat bronze in the class with a lot more squat to go.
Absolutely, and not an unreasonable jump, and the way that his opener moved, a good attempt selection here. Let's see how it moves.
Yeah, not a big jump by any means from Team USA. And we've seen lifters take 20 kg jumps yesterday. I'm thinking about Austin Nikolai, the new world champion. I mean, the back-to-back world champion.
Yeah, a little bit more resistance, but still a very nice squat, and 3 white lights.
Next up, we'll have these guys also completed over 250 kilos overall.
Yeah, you see, look at this replay, very lovely squat. A little bit of resistance there in the middle portion, but yeah, drives through it absolutely no problem at all.
And in that case, what do? Do you try and aim for a squat medal, or do you play your own game for the long run and try and play for the podium?
Yeah, I think he's got a few lifters that are above him. For me, at this stage in the game, he is the one coming from behind. You take every kilo you've got. You let other people make mistakes.
Yeah, so you load something like 240, 242, and
Yeah.
see how it matches up against the other squatters, but you play the long run.
No, absolutely, totally agree.
Now it is Bentran from the USA, but it's only a 2.5 increment. He might not be coming out. I see some head shakes coming from the media team. So nope, he's not going to be coming out. So it might be a right time for me to thank one of our sponsors, SPD Strength, Belief, Determination, top-notch quality, equipment for powerlifting, belts, wristing straps, singlets. And we've seen a few new designs for nations recently. They've been going hard. I'm thinking about maybe the new singlet we've seen on Kasim Sen at Sheffield. It was looking extra good. Guyana, Belgium, Norway, Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And if you're ever in the UK and one of the international teams, do head up to Sheffield. I've been lucky enough to be there a number of times, spend quite a lot of time up there, and it is an amazing facility. And they're always very accommodating for athletes to have a tour of the factory. Aaron, I'm sure if he's listening to this stream, will be cursing me, but no, it's a great place, and if you can get an invite to go look around, then yeah, definitely visit.
2 Sheffields next year, so that's also a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an exciting year.
2026, the year of powerlifting. And now the final squat of the second round, 257.5, Gonzalo David Rodriguez Botero, Colombia. Supposedly the favorite of the class. And with Bentran not going for a second attempt, this would create somewhat of a gap now.
Yeah, it really would. Obviously, you can't change his third attempt on squat, so hopefully he won't play in games, but let's see. No, solid attempt. Now let's see what the referees say. And 3 white lights.
So that is provisional squat gold. And judging by the tickets that I've came in, I think this could be guaranteed squat gold for Colombia. So 2 things I want to think about is that we still have 2 lifters not on the board, and Bentran might have gotten injured because we've seen him limp off the platform with his left knee caving in, looking at his left hip. So that's why he might let the clock run for his 2 squat attempts. And we're going to see now Jonas Patrick Johnson try and stay on the board. Sigh of relief.
Yeah. Well, look, no one likes to see sort of lift the bomb out, and he definitely, did what he needed to do there, right? A number of infractions, but he sorted it out and pulled it out for his third and final squat.
Yeah, absolutely no complaints with that squat, except maybe the fact that it came late in the competition.
Yeah, probably a few mistakes he won't make again.
The bar is loaded.
Javier Antonomás, España, 210, one final jump of 5 kilos. Wow.
Great fight.
The absolute right number, 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, he obviously he's had that little dip in his technique that he has, obviously with the weights clearly pushed him probably a little bit deeper than he would have liked, but absolutely great grind through there and a well-deserved third squat.
And you know the saying, had a fly landed on that bar, he would not have gotten the attempt. Great attempt selection, not going for a match PB, just taking what's there on the day. He walks away from squat 3 for 3.
And it is so important not to get fixated on numbers, right? Again, I'll say it again, a lot of people travel a long way, different hydration, different nutrition, they're taking what they got on the day and that will ultimately lead to success.
Now James Hardy, Great Britain, 215, going for 5 kg personal best. Once again, great attempt selection. 3 white lights, a good lift. I love that.
Yeah, he is happy with that, and as he should be.
20 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, great work by the duo, coach athletes,
The bar is loaded.
Alex Pearson-Jones, that we see a lot on these competitions. Alfonso Zagoris, Belgium, going for 220. That's a 5 kilo jump, but that's same amount of a personal best. So far, he was looking very good in the squat events.
Yeah, I think he's been my favourite squatter of the day so far.
Above Lyle Babin from Canada.
Let's see how this third one goes.
Fair enough. He's scoring some good points now. 3 white lights.
No, that was a great squat. Very consistent, very efficient.
225 kilos on the bar.
Another lifter collecting a personal best on the biggest stage for juniors.
Bar is loaded.
And that next lifter is going to attempt to do just about the same thing. Ignacio Lopez Carvalho going for 225, a 5 kilo personal best. This wants to go from 9s to 7s in the squat events of the class. Some great squatters in the 74 sub-juniors.
Yeah, great squat, 3 white lights. He's had a good squat day there. Second offered some resistance, and actually in some ways I think that third squat was better than his second, considering the weight on the bar and it being a personal best.
The thing with Spain is that they found multiple ways to give opportunity to their youngsters to develop, like the Pyrenees Cup. It's a partnership between France and Spain, multiple competitions, so multiple goals all throughout the year, and it makes for a better rate of progress.
No, it really, really does, and it really shows.
Now 225 for Harry Lou, Australia, 10 kilo jump. Linear strategy, back-to-back 10 kgs for a new personal best of 9.5. It's just not there on the day. He tips forward.
Yeah, we'll see the replay. Initially, when he came out the hole, I thought actually this is going to be a good squat, and as you say, hip shot up, chest dipped, and it's a very hard position to recover from.
And when you feel that load get heavy on your back, you're tempted to push with your hands. It never helps.
No.
Bar is loaded.
Now Loic Chiang, Singapore. He missed 225 for that double dipping at the beginning of his squat. He still goes up anyway, bumping up his attempt by 5 kilos. That would be a new personal best. Much better at the start, at least. There you go, great way to adapt on the day. 3 white lights, provisional 5th position in the squat event.
Look, and he's done really well there, because it is hard to change habits, like in the moment of a competition. So obviously he didn't do it in his second, jury overturned, he's done what he needed to do in his third, and you know, lovely squat.
Now Yu Sung-Hu, Chinese Taipei. He already matched his personal best 3 days after competing in equipped. Now he's looking to increase it by 2.5. Sounds like a tough ask, but why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not an equipped lifter, but people tell me it's a totally different sport. So
It took a toll on your mental and your body.
yeah, we've got a few GB lifters. Obviously, the famous Tony Cliff does both, and does both very well.
Drops out into the hole, keeps on pushing. How about the lights? To the one, a good lift with one blue. That might be for being too length forward at lockout.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I mean, he's clearly got immense lower back strength to hit the hole at that forward-leaning angle. But nonetheless, he raises the bar.
Does it look too length forward on the replay? The side angle is the one from which you can judge that the best.
And it
Not
looks
much
okay.
discussions going on, so I think he should be fine. Now Jesus Mancia retaking 230. No, he's bumped up his attempt by 2.5. Okay.
So the bar has moved. Let's see what the referees say. Yeah, 2-1. I was scared of that. Very quick in and out, and it did look like he cut it. To be fair, third squat. If I was the coach, I would be going to the jury. I'd make them look at it. I mean, they are looking at it, but without the coach there, you know, asking the question, they are dismissing it, and it will remain a no lift.
Yeah, especially when on the replay it's not clear to see there a bit of the spotter's leg in front, the elbow. I think you can try and make a case for that squat.
Yeah. At this point, you know, third and final squat, absolutely, you know, make the case.
And when you haven't gone to the jury before, you'll still have your joker, you know.
No, totally agree.
Now Anthony Vaillancourt, Canada, 237.5, 10 kilo increment on his second, 7.5 kilo personal best attempt.
Yeah, very solid squat. 2-1. Red card there on the left-hand side.
Is that a worrying side? Because that red comes from the angle we're going to see on the replay, and so does the jury.
Jury don't even look like they're looking at it. And I agree with that. I think that's a good lift.
Bar is loaded.
Bar loaded for Lyle Babin, Canada, going for 240. 7.5 kilo jump for that same amount of a personal best. Provisional squat bronze, not yet guaranteed because there are 3 more squat right behind him.
And more importantly, can he take back my favourite squat of the morning?
That's very important. For Ben, come on. Well, I think he's deserving of that.
Yeah, definitely a great grind. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift. He's done very well there. He's done very well.
Thumbs up for Lau Babin. So that is provisional squat bronze.
Yeah, looking at the replay, he hit the hole definitely harder than he had done in his opener and second, but he has controlled it very, very well there.
So it is between Byron Moore and Lau Babin for squat bronze. He's going to be attempting the same weight, but he's lighter on body weight.
Yeah, Byron has been looking very confident in his squats today. If I was a betting man, I'd be betting with this guy actually. He's had a great morning so far.
Let's go Byron for a guaranteed medal in the squat event. Just like Lai, somewhat of a grind, 3 white lights and a guaranteed bronze medal in the squat event of the Sub-Junior 74s.
Yeah, no, he deserves that. He squatted really well all morning, and yeah, great squat. Definitely built momentum and confidence through that, which is all important. So Ben didn't come out for his second squat.
And by the looks of it, he won't be coming out once again. A worrying sight for Team USA.
Yeah, let's hope that he, nothing too major that's going to prevent him probably predominantly deadlifting. I'll pop out the back during the break and see what's what.
So, in that case, what are your options for the lifter?
Look, with that, obviously, we're making some assumptions at this point. You know, you've got to go into the bench element as confident as possible, and then you just have to manage the situation you're presented with. So hopefully it's some prolongated cramp that they're able to deal with over the next couple of hours and get him ready for deadlifts. If it is an injury, it's then a call of, do you just get something on the bar just to show willing through the competition? So we will see.
Yeah, we'll try and get
Next out, Gonzalo Rodriguez for 267.5 kilos. For his stage hit. This will be the final squat of the class before we move on to bench press.
So the final squat of the morning is Gonzalo Davis Rodriguez Botaro from Colombia, attempting 265 kilos. Fist bumps all round as he builds confidence for this third and final squat attempt. He's pushing. No, not today. Stuck in that middle portion, and the weight got the better of him this time. Unfortunately, no squat to close out this morning squat session. See on the replay there, he just got it just above halfway and just wasn't able to push through once that bar ground to a halt.
Have you recapped the medals? Excuse me.
I have not.
Okay, so quick recap of the medals. Bronze medalist of the squat event for Team USA, it is Byron Moore with 240 kilos, lighter on body weight than Lai Babin from Canada. Second, so silver medalist Ben Tran with only 1 attempt, the representative of USA squatted 247.5, and gold medalist from Colombia, Gonzalo David Rodriguez Botero, 257.5. The battle for the title seems pretty well decided now that Benjuan is right behind with one more attempt, but if he can manage to bench and hit at least one deadlift, it's not decided that it will be overtaken by Byron Moore.
Who knows? This is powerlifting. Stranger things have happened.
We'll try and get some information during the break. We'll be back in about 9 minutes time for bench press.
One, two. One, two. One, two, one, two. One, two. One, two, one, two. One, two. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Something is not right with the headset. Yes.
The headset. This one. It's more likely to be the connection into the headset itself. Yeah, it's more likely to be that. Swap them red. I need to get another pair of these.
1, 2, 1, 2. But it sounds weird.
Two, three, four. Yeah, it's not. They're low quality headphones. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Possibly. I mean, the hum doesn't help. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's the wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, just put. 1, 2, 3. I just turned the volume up. It's a bit better.
And just like that, the break is over. We are back in action from San Jose, Costa Rica for the bench press of the first flight of the day, the 74s sub juniors. We've seen some great squats. We have news from the team USA. Bentran is okay. What happened is that he tweaked his back 1 week out. Recovered pretty quick, but tweaked it again with that first attempt. So he didn't want to risk it. He'll be able to bench just fine. Question mark about the deadlift, but he'll try and put his best foot forward in the competition. We have the B group openers ranging from 75 to 125 and 135. Some pretty big openers out of the B group. First one out, Arturo Castillo. Three white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, and look, he obviously didn't post a squat, so it's actually nice to see him come out. Had a couple of lifters yesterday, obviously after they were unable to make successful attempts, left the competition. But it is nice to see them come out and continue through and provide a show for everyone tuning in.
And even when you bomb out, you're able to compete for individual medals.
Yeah, absolutely.
But one distinction is that you need a total if you put up a record for it to be registered. Now Emmanuel Vega Miranda, Costa Rica, also opening with 75. To the one, a good lift, a yellow from the side.
Yeah, we'll see. Most commonly that would be for butt lift. Let's see what the replay does say. No, that was fine. Obviously, there was light popped up between his hamstrings, but his glutes didn't come off the bench, so perfectly fine for where I'm sat, and the jury agree. For me, bench the most technical lift of the event.
100%. So many variables: setup, handoff, joint stacking. Everything's important. Through white lights, a good lift, but also the lift with the most commands.
Exactly that. Yeah, you have start, press, and rack. So 3.
Yeah, chief referee really dictates the pace of the movements.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that first attempt is just to get a feel for it, see if you can hear the commands just fine, if the rhythm is fine, and then you move on. Takanari Oda, Japan, opening with 97.5.
Yeah, definitely been at a few competitions where it's been pretty loud, and obviously the referee can adjust their position, and also you can ask them to tap you on the shoulder as well for the commands. That's not common, but I have seen it.
Great display of technique, 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely. It was quite interesting. I competed at Naomi Alabert's comp in the south of France a couple of years ago, and the French actually had a microphone system for bench, where when the crowd was very loud, there was a small speaker at the base of the rack, and the centre referee had a microphone, so you could really hear the commands over the crowd. It was actually very good to have.
It's a great feature. Might be added in the future in the IPF. We'll never know. Especially if we host Worlds in France, you'll need that because the French crowd can get loud. Now Kyosuke Shima, Japan, 107.5.
Yeah, a lot of these lifters utilising the full minute to get their setup absolutely perfect.
One thing I want to pay attention to is the feet here. Yep, I think the chief referee pick that up.
Yeah, so he's got called for a feet and his head being over the end of the bench there, so he's had to slide himself down the bench. His head is over again. He will get called for that again probably.
Maybe he'll get yellows for that. We'll see.
Yeah.
No, 3 white lights.
No.
So he had contact with the head. Just a part of his head was out of the bench. So if the point of contact is maintained, he should be fine. And his feet weren't touching the mouth anymore. So 3 white lights.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, all that matter is the referee is happy. So yeah, good lift.
Now Christoph Kosak, Hungary, 107.5. A popular opener in the class. We have 3 lifters taking this one. No lifts, double yellows.
Yeah. Yeah, jump the press command there. Very speedy lift. I'm sure he'll get it on his second, but he's going to need to listen into those commands.
I mean, when you try to play the game, sometimes it doesn't work in your favor.
Yeah, and with opening attempts, it's certainly not a game you should play on your opening attempts. The weight should be easy. You know, the reality is, the way I always think about it, my athletes is, your opener, you should be able to 3 count pause.
That's fair. Yesterday I asked Alex Cremens what were his recommendation for bench openers, and we came to the conclusion that something you can last and press is fine.
Yeah, agree. I have 3 count, 5 reps, something like that. But yeah, the last and press is a good one as well. I'd agree with that.
That was 3 white lights for Keen Kubidags from Chile. Chio Cheng, Hong Kong, 110. Have you, as a coach, had to adjust openers based on the warm-ups, going better or worse than expected?
Yeah, a number of times. Again, not common, but you've got to take what you've got in front of you. Quite often athletes will highlight that, you know, they might be feeling weak on any given day, and you adjust from there. That's 3 white lights for good lift. Yeah, but no, like, in answer to your question, the answer is yes. You know, I think with bench, you know quite early on in the warm-ups if it's not quite grooving nicely. So yeah, a number of times. Obviously, you've got the 3-minute call out that you've got to get it within, so you have to make that call nice and early, but better to make it early than have issues on an opening bench.
Now Dylan Liu, New Zealand, 120. Struggling to extend his elbows here, I guess. But plenty of time to readjust his setup and his position. 20 more seconds. That should be enough. That's going to be 3 white lights in a good lift for New Zealand.
Again, the counter there opposite, because he set himself up quickly, was asked to re-rack and still had plenty of time. So the pros and cons of using the full minute to set yourself up.
The bar is loaded.
One of the biggest variable, in my opinion, is the handoff.
Absolutely. I think we've seen a lot more lifters over the last few years actually elect for self-handout. Certainly a few of the bigger benchers, females that I coach, have all elected for self-handout. Remove that variable entirely.
Even with the leg winch barrier, sometimes it could be a tough variable to regulate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now 122.5 for Yana Rivera, Puerto Rico. And his bench opener going better than his squat opener. He's on the board, 3 white lights.
It's nice to see an athlete who has had some technical issues on the squat just come out and seemingly put them behind them, which can be difficult to do. Having we spoke about it earlier. Having a bad squat session can impact the rest of your meet, and seemingly he's moved on from it. And good opening bench press.
Next lifter out from Finland, Mishka Alka, opening with 125. That is his registered personal best.
So out of all the new SBD singlets, I do like the finish. I do like the finish singlet.
It does look slick.
Something about fresh white.
Three white lights, a good lift for Finland. I would say one of my personal favorite would be New Zealand. It does look awesome. French because I'm biased, obviously. Yeah. But then Australia looks nice. Ireland looks nice.
I think for me again being GB, I think the French, the American, the British, the red, white, blue, and very similar. Look, you go with your country's colours, right? But again, I think the greens, the reds, the whites on their own, they do look very nice.
I think Guyana looks nice.
Yeah.
Now moving on, we have Cedric's NG Australia 135 final opener for the B group of 74 sub-juniors. That moves very quickly for a match personal best. He's in for a good one, 3 white lights.
Yeah, that was a lovely opening bench press at 135. Yeah, now so coming to these lifts, obviously we'll start to expect some resistance from the bar, but again, in an ideal world, we'll now be seeing just people setting themselves up for their big third attempts.
And all but Cossack on the board. He'll need to retake his opener in the second round. Second round starting with Emmanuel Vega Miranda, Costa Rica, 82.5.
Just adjusting his wrist straps there, off in the holding area.
Three white lights. That's a new personal best for Team Costa Rica.
Yeah, bar offering a little bit of resistance there. We'll see it on the replay. But again, I think 2.5 kilo jump there into a third is still a safe bet. Yeah, bench press it can grind to a halt very quickly.
Arturo Castillo, Panama, 85 kilos. That's a 10 kilo jump. And if you think about that one in terms of percentage, it's a massive jump.
You know, it really is. Hopefully, everyone knows what they're doing here, right? So I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, as a percentage jump, it is huge.
But it was the correct one.
Absolutely, offering some resistance, but plenty in the tank. Pretty comfortable, I think. Another 5 would be safe. 7.5, I think, wouldn't be an awful attempt.
Yeah, it sounds greedy. 7.5 would sound a bit greedy to me.
Yeah.
And what do you make of the use of heels on bench press?
Just more generally, in terms of, I think, look, there's a lot of big benchers out there do wear heels. I think it depends on a lot of like hip and knee angle as well. Mm-hmm. Personally, I would always recommend lifters that have never used heels to bench in to try it, allowing that forward foot position and to really utilize leg drive up into the chest to maintain a nice high chest position.
My only concern would be that heels are usually less grippy on the floor than flats.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, obviously, Eleiko being one of the key partners of the IPF, this new platform, this new carpet, is much, much better than the old carpet. It deals with the chalk a lot better. So, again, I think less of a variable, but nonetheless, as the competition goes on, with all the chalk and talc, it does get slippy. But yeah, I would agree. Depends on how you set yourself up. I think again, so many variables in the bench press. But I would say to someone is never discount heels and definitely try it out. Absolutely.
It's a game of angles and leverages.
Yeah. Same as everything though, right? Like squatting in flats versus squatting in heels, like high bar, low bar.
And especially with sub-juniors, we're going to see them switch things up from championship to championship, trying to find out what works best for them. It's still very much a developing ground for future opens, future juniors even. But we've seen that JS get blue lighted for downwards movement. Now we have Takanari Oda from Japan attempting 105. No downwards movement whatsoever, but a yellow from the side.
So look at the replay here.
Oh, he could be endangered here.
He could be the butt lifting up on the descent.
And
Yeah.
the jury has overruled. They've picked it up. No lift for Takanari Oda. So now it is 107.5 for Christophe Kozak, who's yet to be on the board. He's retaking his opener. He makes the effort to extend the elbows. Much better. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Absolutely. It was just a technical infraction from a command's perspective on his opener, so he's rectified that and moves on to his third. Again, going back to heels as well, like you see, I mentioned it as his GB lifter. Here, Duran's used to squat in flats, has been in heels. I don't actually know what he's squatting in right now, but again, even the lifters at the top of their game, Duran's being a world champion, world games champion, tweak and adjust their technique as they go through their career.
Yeah, Duran's is still in heels now, and he just hit his best squat ever at the World Games, so it seems to be working for him.
Absolutely. I find it, especially with sub-junior and junior females as they progress through their career, there's a lot of anatomical changes.
Absolutely.
And as girls progress through, 15, 16, 17 into their early 20s, they absolutely need to look at the leverages that they're putting through.
Now, Kim Kupzidags from Chile, 112.5. To the one once again, a good lift, but one yellow from the right-hand side. That opens the possibility for a jury intervention.
Yeah, let's see the replay. The replay angle here and the screen located in the hall is all revealing, but it looked good from here, so it definitely wasn't butt lift.
The bar is loaded.
I don't think the jury are even paying too much attention to it.
Yeah, that one will slide. Now Kyoshuke Shima from Japan, jumping 10 kilos from 107.5 to 117.5. This one would be a 2.5 kilo personal best. He's making sure his feet do not touch the bench. It's not allowed anymore. It was 3 years ago, but times have changed. Great second attempt. How about the lights? They're all white. It's a new personal best for Team Japan.
Absolutely, I think they're giving him both 2.5 or 5 kilo jump options into his third. Depends how much he wants to risk.
With a lifter with a longer range of motion like this, I might go for the 2.5, but it's really up to the lifter to decide, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chiao Cheng, Hong Kong, jumping 7.5, also aiming towards a 2.5 kilo personal best. That makes it 117 on the bar. 3 white lights, say good lift for you, personal best.
Next up will be Darren from New Zealand, 125 kilos.
Yeah, giving himself room into his third. Again, I think the safe bet there is 2.5. It's just a conversation with coach. Obviously, they've got a minute to do so to decide what they want to put in for their third and final attempt.
The bar is loaded.
Bar's already loaded for Darren Liu in New Zealand, 125.
Yeah, very nice second attempt there. Almost moving like an opener, and 3 white lights.
It would not surprise me if they go back for a 5 kilo jump.
No, I think 5 kilos is very safe there.
The bar is loaded.
Bar loaded with 5 more kilos for Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico. He's going for a match personal best with this jump of 7.5. Lots of chalk on his back. What's your advice on the use of chalk? The dosage, the nuances of the use of chalk?
I think the game has changed slightly with this new Aleco ski pad. It's definitely a favourite amongst athletes. I actually didn't mind the hard pad itself, but I think there's definitely a balance of you can definitely over chalk on the bench press.
3 white lights for Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico. Did not over chalk, maintained position perfectly on the bench.
Bar is loaded.
Now Mishka Holka, Finland, 132.5. He opened on his personal best of 125. Now looking to increase it by 7.5. Three white lights, a good lift for Team Finland.
Yeah, very clinical with his bench press today. Very strong setup.
For a long time, equipped was the strong suit of the Finnish team, and now we are seeing more and more classic lifters. I'm interested to see how this goes for Team Finland in the future, because we know they like their strength sports.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And all the Nordic countries, right, have very strong equipped lifting as well. And actually just caught the team coach there out the back in between the break, and pretty much flown straight from China straight into here.
Wow. Dedication.
Yeah, absolutely.
145 for Cedric Ng from Australia, 10 kilo jump for that same amount of a personal best. Perfect.
Yeah, really nice bench press attempt. Yeah, demonstrating very well why obviously he's taking the biggest second attempt here of the of this flight.
Hopefully he'll pull in a third that can compete with the A group.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But you'll see in just about maybe 15 minutes or so, we have some great benchers in the A group. Keep in mind, all of these athletes are 18 and under.
Yeah, it's very easy to sit here and in the chair and forget that sometimes. The quality of lifting, look, across the board, but especially in the sub-juniors and juniors over the last few years, has absolutely exploded.
85 kilos for Emmanuel's final attempt. That same contraction of the glutes, still no yellows, 3 white lights. Perfectly selected final attempt for Team Costa Rica. 22.5 for Arturo Castillo, Panama. That's a big jump from the second to the third. Would be nice to see him hit it after a difficult squat event.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's done well there. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Got slightly out of line there as the bar came off the chest, but he corrected that very, very quickly, and bar didn't offer too much resistance. So good attempt selection there.
Yeah, too vertical off the chest. Managed to recover the bar path and get the attempt. Nicely done.
Yeah, no, very good. Very good bench pressing.
95 for Yayesh Calara, Panama. He's retaking 95 after missing it in the second round. He needs to complete the lift in 1 single upward movement. Otherwise, he'll get blue lighted again. Three white lights. A good lift. He got me worried there a second.
Did nearly. He almost started to rack it and then stopped, and then got the command, which is fine. Which is fine.
Next lifter out. Trying to survive the same scenario. He missed his second attempt of 105. He's retaking it in the third round.
Yeah, just reconfirming there to the spotter exactly how he wants his hand out, and that's important. I mean, many a time I've competed at a competition, spotted and loaded at a competition, and someone says same as last time. You're like, you're one of 24.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Please tell me instructions again. I need those. You're the 25th athlete of the day. Nice tension on the way down. Just about perfect.
Very nice. He'll be happy with that. He'll be happy with that. Talking about hand outs as well, the most chilled hand out I've ever given to someone, which may not surprise people, was Agatha Arnold's a couple of years ago, world record, classic and equipped. Literally came out, how do you want it handed out? She's like, however you want.
Okay. Are you sure it's a world record attempt?
Yeah.
Yeah, no biggie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now Christoph Kosak, Hungary, 1:15. It's a 7.5 kilo jump for a 5 kg personal best. If he just waits for the command, he should be good for it. To the one, a good lift. One yellow from the left hand side.
Have a look at it as it comes through on the replay.
Bar is loaded.
I think it's the way he racks it.
Yeah. It's actually interesting because obviously he's got called for it twice. Obviously, jury have been okay with it. Just an interpretation of the rulebook by that left-hand referee.
I mean, since it's after the command, it should be safe.
I agree.
Now Sebastian Alejandro Akim Cubedags from Chile, 117.5. 5 kg jump.
Unfortunately, not today. Next up, we'll be placing Shimon from Japan.
So that will be a low lift for Team Chile, unfortunately. No lift.
Yeah, just a little bit too much weight on the bar today.
Bar is loaded.
Now Japan and Kyosuke Shima already ready for 125. I think the 2 red plates are a milestone in competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you say the 74s are the last lightweight or the first middleweight?
Don't know if I want to answer that question. First middleweight.
First middleweight. Fair enough.
Unfortunately, not
Just
today.
too heavy at the bottom. No lift for Japan.
Now, Gavin, I think it's an interesting question, right? Because I think if you say they're lightweight, then really, I don't think you can class 105s as middleweight anymore. So then therefore you've only got, 83s, 93s as middleweight. So I think if you want to split it out,
105s and 120 will be heavyweights, and
Yeah.
120 plus is super heavyweight.
yeah.
That's fair enough. Chio Chang, Hong Kong, 125, 7.5 kilo jump above his personal best. Going far into unknown territory on the platform. Is he exploring beyond limits or collecting attempts? I think we have an answer.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, a few little misses here. Again, not unusual on bench. Obviously, you can only take 2.5 kilo jumps. Obviously, there was a few more going on here, but the percentages creep up on you quickly on bench press.
But yeah, we are used to third attempt being missed, especially in the bench press event. Because it's also the events in which you lose the less amount of kilos. You get a 2.5, a 5 maybe. But when you lose a final deadlift, it's a 15, a 12.5. It costs you way more. Now Darren Louis makes easy work of 130. That's 3 white lights. New personal best of 2.5.
Yeah, I was having this conversation actually with a number of coaches last night that, actually by the time you get up to the heavy and super heavy weights, and even in last bench presses, you're jumping in 10 kilos, and deadlift sometimes 30, 40 kilos. One missed lift can lose you the competition.
Absolutely. You go from first to fifth. Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico, who's having a much better bench press event than his squat event.
Yeah, and I have to say, really respect his drive. He's really moved past his squats and bringing it here in bench. Yeah, good attempt selection. Bar offering some resistance, probably a little bit left in the tank, but again, I think for this stage he's built confidence going into deadlifts.
Yeah, he doesn't walk out like cramped up or anything. He's good to go, ready to warm up for deadlifts. Great sight. Two more bench presses in the B group of the 74s. We have Mishka Noka and Seri Kenji, Finland and Australia going at it for the biggest bench press of the B group. .140 would be a 7.5 kg personal best for Miska in Finland. Not too shabby.
No, and you said it earlier, these guys, maximum 18 years old.
Yeah, for Miska, this is his last outing as a junior lifter. He grinds it out.
Yeah, very well pressed there. Let's see what the referees say. And 3 white lights. That was a very good bench press, right on the limit there, I would suggest.
Let's have a look at those shoulders on the replay. See, yeah, they open up a bit, they slide back a bit. Technical breakdowns right on the limit. He gets all 3 attempts. Now Cedric Ench from Australia, 150. A massive bench with only 1 year of competitive experience. I want to see Cedric in 5 years.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can stick with it, you'll be familiar with a lot of faces drop out of the sub-juniors and juniors when the going gets tough, but hopefully not. It's definitely a talent here.
He's so efficient with it. 3 white lights,
Yeah.
a good lift.
Really great bench press there.
So how does this one stack up against the bench presses of the A group? Will he end up in the top 8? Because top 8 is really where it lies. It's like the finalists in a race in the Olympics. Top 8 is important.
Absolutely. I mean, look, he's 10 kilos clear of his nearest competitor in this group, and we'll shortly see where the openers end up for this following group.
They are ranging from 102.5 to 157.5, with only 6 of them being 140 and above. So a 150 could very much end up in the top 8.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And the first one out would be Lou, Australia, 102.5, a match personal best with this opener. I've talked with him. Bench, really not his strong suit, but he's so young in the sport, it's expected.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, as he goes through sub-junior, junior, and hopefully open career, obviously it will all level out. Gone are the days where a specialist wins you gold medals. You've got to be an all-rounder these days.
Bench really is only the strong suit of athletes that have a bodybuilding background. Other than that, usually athletes start with a strong squat and pretty much the rest is a bit back. But 3 white lights, a good lift, he gets his opener.
Absolutely, exactly where it needs to be, and he can go and build from here.
And you were mentioning rugby a bit before, especially with those rugby guys when they start off, they have a huge squat, a huge deadlift, and Bench is a bit back before, but then with 2 years of practice, they'd be benching 200.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A few big lifters in the UK have rugby background. Duran's being one of them.
Jonas Patrick Johnson, Costa Rica, 110. And we want to see him score his opener. He only got in his last attempt in the squad event.
Let's see what the referees say there.
About the head,
Yeah, he's been all right. 3 white lights.
I think his hair might have saved him here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Let's have a closer look at this, thanks to the media team. It lifts off.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, from that view, it looked more convincing than from where we're sat. But again, he's going to have to be careful as the problem with these infractions is as the weight gets heavier, they only get worse as you go through, right? So it's definitely something you have to be aware of.
Yu Sung-Hu, Chinese Taipei, 115. And I saw something that personally I'm a strong advocate against. But what do you think about chalk on the glutes?
It makes no sense to me.
Why?
I don't see what value it adds. Other than, and I'm sure there'll be someone in the comments who will be like, well, but
I
you're
have
not,
good grip.
but you're not gripping with your butt cheeks, right? So the only for me, the only thing it can do is if there's any daylight at all and there's a bright light behind it, it's going to expose it through dust particles. So again, people have their rituals, and that's fine, but. For me, it's that is the extent of it.
Yeah, if it's placebo, why not? But I feel like it just serves as a highlight of your glutes. Not really useful to me.
Yeah, no, especially on the international stage where those that have attended competitions before, there are bright white lights pointing at you, and it only is going to add, as you say, as a reflector, right?
Nonetheless, it was a solid first attempt for Chinese Taipei. We'll move on now to Byron Moore. He squatted 240 kilos, collected bronze medal. He's opening with 122.5.
Yeah, solid first attempt there. Although 1 red card here on the right-hand side.
Yeah, 1 goal for depth, but it's so hard to judge from the side.
Look, for me, we're in the era here of, the rule book physically states, if in doubt, you give the benefit of the doubt to the lifter, and that is a prime example of that. And the jury didn't even check there, so we're okay. And look, we've got the best referees in the world here at the championships. They know what they're talking about and are making good decisions.
Yeah, refs flew from all across the world for that championship. You have the best of the best. Now Jesus Mancilla setting up on the bench. 130 from Mexico. Three white lights, a good lift.
Next up, Xavier Antonio Mas from Spain, 130 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, real flare of the elbows there, but again, the bar didn't offer any resistance and it was a good lift, so yeah, no worries.
Now, Javier Antonio Mas, España, 130. He squatted 210.
It's a question to you, belt on the bench press.
Strong advocate when you sink because it creates some artificial kilos of pressure at the bottom. But to me, when you're soft touching, you're just setting up the arch. It serves as placebo, not real use, but still, it's up to personal preferences.
I agree. I think it's definitely one of those tools that more placebo than anything else for most lifters.
To the one, a good lift, 1 yellow from the left hand side.
And just looking at the referee there, he is tapping his heels. Yeah, very, very clear here on the replay. And again, obviously, they do allow, you know, manipulation of the footwear. It's as flat as the footwear allows you to put your foot on, but that, to me, that was very clearly was off the floor. But he has got away with it.
Yeah, you have a slight margin of error if it's the sole of the shoe, but this time it was, yeah, pretty clear to see. Now, Franz José Corres, Belgium. He had a nice squat event. He's opening with 132.5 in the bench press event. Three white lights, a good lift. I like the ref from New Zealand, really just looking at all the angles to try and see if everything is right. He's really into it. Love the dedication from the ref.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's a lot for the referees to look at on bench press. So yeah, moving his angles to make sure he's absolutely seen anything. Yeah, great job.
Anthony Vaillancourt, Canada, 132.5. He squatted 237.5, not so far off the squat podium. Three white lights, a good lift. He does a great job of controlling the bar, stabilizing quickly, so he receives a fast press command. That's only fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the press commands have been very, very, very fair this championships, and lifters are getting rewarded for that dead stop on the chest.
Ignacio Lopez Carvajal from Spain, opening very close to his personal best of 142.5. 140, a popular opener. We have 3 of them lined up for us. Oh yeah. 3 white lights, a good lift. He squatted a personal best of 225. Looks like he's going to bench a new personal best very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a lovely bench press. Good stop on the chest, as you say, rewarded with a quick press command, and then
Bar is loaded.
very, very speedy off the chest.
Lau Babin, Canada, also opening with 140. The same margin with his personal best of 142.5. He put on a clinic in the squat event, managed 240, just shy of the podium. He ended up in 4th, being Avion on bodyweight at the 3rd. Yeah, another great opener, 3 white lights.
Yeah, nice and solid. He definitely deserved a bit of a 5 kilo jump there. I think he'd be very capable of that.
4 more openers to go. One last one at 140 for Team GB, James Hardy. We saw him fired up after a squat personal best of 215.
Yeah, definitely bringing some energy to the platform today.
I love that. It looks genuine, and it's contagious when it is. A bit segmented on the way up, but 3 white lights.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll move on. Yeah, those of you who've been in sport a while will remember Dylan Nelson when he was a junior, and the energy he used to bring to the platform as a junior was a great watch.
Bars loaded.
Bars already loaded. It is for Gonzalo David Rodriguez Botero, 145. He went 2 for 3 in the squat event, but still managed squat gold with 257.5. Looking like the clear favorite of the class, especially when Bentran re-injured himself in the squat event, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably in his hands now, right? He can probably afford to be a little bit more conservative, just get kilos on the bar and just keep extending.
And he's asked to replace. What for?
Didn't quite catch it there. The right-hand referee did make an indication.
Maybe his right hand was out of the rings? To the 1, a good lift and still 1 yellow. Trying to see what happened. No discussion between athletes and ref. Oh, and his glute lifted off the bench.
Yeah, it really did. Do the referees think there was enough glute off the bench?
And
No.
as confirmed
Yeah.
for the right side ref, it was the end outwards of the ring.
Fine,
So
yeah.
2 technical fouls. But it seems like the lift stands.
Yeah.
This one is a surprise to me.
Yeah, he's sometimes you need a little bit of luck.
147.5, looking a real light for Loic.
Yeah, offering little resistance there. Again, a difficult decision I think there is going to be what do they jump then to add kilos to the total again.
I think he'll want to pay attention to that left elbow as the weight gets heavier.
Absolutely. We saw a few of it yesterday where you end up with one arm extended and a trailing arm following through, but let's see.
Final opener, Ben Tran from the USA could only manage 1 squat, still walked away with squat silver, which is impressive. He's looking to shine in the bench press event.
Yeah, very quick descent onto the chest. 3 white lights, good lift. Controlled it well.
Starting the second round now, Australia 107.5 kilos on the bar.
So as it stands, obviously he's on top of the class, followed by Australia NG with 150. And third with 147.5 is Chiang from Singapore. All of that subject to change with 2 more rounds of bench press. Ari Liu, Australia opens up the second round with 107.5. Three white lights, a new personal best of 5 kilos for Lou.
Yeah, no, done a good job there. I think there's only one place to go for him on to his third attempt. That's 2.5.
Yeah, trying to hit 110 would be nice.
Bar is loaded.
Followed for Jonas Patrick Johnson, Costa Rica 115. A match personal best in the making for the Costa Rican. absolutely right. The head got worse there.
Yeah, and was unable to press it.
Next up will be Usain Hu.
For getting the head off the bench in fraction, that looked also like a strength issue. Let's hope he can find something on that final press. But
The bar is loaded. USA, Mexico, ready.
Ball loaded for Yusong Hu, Chinese Taipei, 122.5. The same strategy as in his squat. He's opening pretty conservatively, going for a match personal best on the second.
not seen a forehead on the bench for a while, since Owen Hubbard was a regular on the international stage. Yeah, that's a solid attempt.
Yeah, and you know it's solid technique because the touching point is the exact same as his previous attempt. You see the choke on his singlet and it touches the exact same points. So he didn't manage to collect a personal best in the squat. That third was too heavy. But what about the bench? I think he's due for one now.
Yeah, I think he's got a good shot. He's got a very good shot, I think, as we go into the next round.
Byron Moore going for 130. I think he's asking for the bench to be swept a bit. Too much chalk on it.
Again, definitely with this new like Eleiko ski pad, it's you know, chalk is less of a problem. It's very, very grippy, and obviously it's a little bit softer than the last one as well.
And he's trying to use as much of his neck as possible to try and stick onto the bench. 3 white lights, no red light this time.
No, good press there. Yeah, there's a little I like to do on the bench press as a coach is you can actually jack someone's t-shirt down, reveal as much of the upper back and neck as possible to get that extra grip on the bench, and then that's another option rather than using chalk or a combination of both.
Bar is loaded.
Bar loaded for Jesus Mancia, 137.5. That would be a 2.5 kilo personal best. He only collected 1 squat with 220. Can he collect at least 2 in the bench press? Oh yeah, he can. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, solid bench press there. He will move on to his third, collect some extra kilos for that total.
Intriguing technique though, lots of wrist bending and rolling.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be one of those techniques where it moves and right until it doesn't. As it comes off the chest, as you say, the elbows flare, the wrists roll forward, and I feel like when he gets to his max, the bar will just come an inch off the chest and stop.
Now Anthony Vaillancourt, Canada, 137.5, 5 kilo jump. Three white lights, a good lift.
Next up will be Xenia.
Yeah, it was a little bit shaky on the unrack. We'll see it there in the replay, but actually dealt with the weight very nicely.
Bar is loaded. Belgium, Great Britain, get ready.
Same weight for Javier Antonio Mas, but a bigger jump of 7.5. The Spanish coaches do like their big jump.
They do. And it tends to pay off for them. You know, a few mistakes over the years, but generally they know their lifters very well, and they, you know, we spoke about it earlier, right? They're getting great results across the board.
and they've gotten better with playing with lot number, attempt selection, changing their last deadlift, changing their openers, playing the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, a number of years ago, certainly from a Team GB perspective, a number of nations, you could pit them at tactics. Not now. Everyone's very adapt to lot numbers, body weights, and attempt selection.
So this time, no lift, double yellows for the heels lifted off the ground. And the jury has overruled the previous lift. They feel like it is only fair that his heels are up the ground. French Jose goers, Belgium, 140. This one would be a 2.5 kg personal best.
Absolutely clinical, really lovely bench press there, and 3 white lights. He is having a great day.
He is. He makes great use of a ton of internal rotation on his bench press. Would you call that a jab grip?
No, it's not enough.
Not enough. Bars already loaded for James Hardy, Great Britain, jumping 5. We are in personal best territory for Team GB.
Yeah, had a solid opening bench press. I think 5 kilos is absolutely the right choice here.
Three white lights, arguably better, technically speaking, than his opener, just slower because of weight.
Yeah, absolutely. Great second attempt, and 2.5 kilos I would suggest is a safe third jump, but let's see what the coaching team put in.
And he clipped the rack on the way up on the right side, but it's only to be signaled with a yellow light when it is judged helpful, which it was not the case here.
Yeah, absolutely.
147.5 for Ignacio Lopez Carvajal, España. 7.5 kg jump, 5 kilos over his personal best. Three white lights, a good lift for Ignacio. He seems fired up as he walks up the platform.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of kilos left in the tank there for his bench press. I suppose the question is, how much do they want to risk onto that third attempt?
I don't think there's much left, especially because of that left wrist. So I think I would go for 2.5, but knowing the Spanish team, they might go for 5.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with you. 2.5 is safe bet. I think 5 is achievable, but a risk.
Yeah, it's 50-50. Lau Babin, Canada, 147.5. And it looks like a third, way too vertical off the chest. I think the bar might have dipped, but he still manages the attempt. He locks it out. How about the lights?
No.
1 blue, 1 yellow. No lift for Canada.
This is an interesting call, right? Because if I was the coach now, I'd go to the jury, because how much is he going to have on that third attempt now? He's burnt a lot of energy. The coach is lingering.
He's
but
looking from afar.
No, the jury are indicating up-down movement, so that will be, well, it is and will remain a no lift.
A tough one to retake. Now setting up on the bench is Gonzalo David from Colombia, 150, 5 kilo jump, one to match his personal best. It's provisional bronze in the bench press event. Nicely executed. 2 to 1, a good lift.
Let's have a look at this replay. This right-hand referee very sharp on butt lifts. Let's see what the replay suggests.
I think he's right.
Yeah, I agree. And they will be overturning that. Yeah, Jerry has overruled.
Has overruled the previous attempt to a no lift.
So the right-hand side referee will end up with scoliosis, but it's only fair for all of the lifters.
No, absolutely. And actually, it's interesting. Some of the lighter weight women you see, it's much harder to tell where the glute ends and the hamstring starts, and they tend to have got away with it a little bit more. But again, some of these males and the heavier weights where it's very obvious glute structure, it's easy to call.
3 white lights, a good lift once again for Liu Cheng from Singapore. He's on point in the bench press.
Yeah, it really is. He's firing out today.
Round of bench press.
So that's provisional silver in the bench press event for Singapore.
Bar is loaded.
One final second attempt to go. It is Ben Tran, USA, 162.5. 5 kilo jump for a 2.5 kg personal best.
Good to see that his back isn't giving him any issues on bench press, and he's going to need to make up some kilos. He is fired up for this second attempt.
Yeah, he wants to make the best of this opportunity. More control on the way down. 3 white lights, provisional, bench press gold. And I think the ticket from Singapore as came in is going to be 160, so that is guaranteed bench press gold for Ben Tran from the USA.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely bench press. Again, I think a safe bet is 2.5, but let's see if they are going to risk any more just to get those kilos that he's missed out on squats.
Yeah, I think he might want to go all out with that one. I don't know. No, he's going for 2.5.
That's
reasonable.
Yeah, no, that's a safe bet. There was a point at the start I thought, world sub-junior record was 170.5, but we're not going to see that today.
The third round starts with an Australian, Harry Liu, 110. He's already collected a personal best in the second round. Why not at 2.5? Try and see if it's there. It very much could be, judging by the second. Oh yeah, 100%. It is there. 3 white lights.
Yeah, he's
Might
very
have had more.
Yeah, he's very efficient off the chest. There's at least another 2.5 in him.
It's like both him and the coach didn't know it was going to move like that.
Yeah, whoever his coach is should be locking in and noting what they've peaked on bench, and rinse and repeat on this one. He's done well.
Absolutely. He's going to take her 4th in the warm-up room.
Yeah, why not?
Now Jonas Patrick Johnson retaking 115. Multiple things to correct, as we've seen. I think he just uses his leg drive in the wrong way, trying to compensate for the loss of points of contact. But if you lack upper tension, the leg drive can't go into the bar. You're going to slide back into the bench.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's a personal preference from a coach's perspective, but when I teach the tension that you generate, it should be generated on the way down, and there should be no movement on the chest. The tension is all in there for the press. Now, there's the new sinking that goes on. There's a lot of almost power off the chest, and everyone is slightly different. But again, I think generally you want to generate that tension on the way down.
Yeah, like a bow and arrow. You want to pull the string, get as much tension as you can on the way down, and be ready to press, but not to slide back on the bench. That costs you a lot.
Yeah, any effort needs to be pushed up and back into the bar.
Now 125 for Yu Song Hu. And he collects a new personal best. 3 white lights, 3 for 3 in the bench press event. Nicely done.
132.5 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, having a good day so far, and rounds off a good bench press for the competition.
Bar is loaded.
A threat in and out of equipment. Now Byron Moore, USA, 132.5, the smallest increment possible.
Again, you can see there the Team USA utilising that jack down t-shirt position, exposing as much of the upper back and neck as possible.
Okay, so this one's definitely a jab grip.
I agree.
Just out there today, no lift, but no regrets. There were nowhere else to go.
No, absolutely not. I think it was, you know, as you say, nowhere else to go, 50-50 based off the second, and it didn't pay off for him today. But still walks off, still in good spirits. I'm sure he's going to come out fired up for deadlifts.
Jesus Mancia, Mexico, 142.5, 5 kilo jump above what was his personal best. Let's see if he's stronger than his weakest link. We'll have the wrists. Let's see. That same roll, and it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely see the bar to slow down there, and actually another 2.5 could have pushed him over the edge.
Yeah, it was the right number.
Nonetheless, good bench press here.
Yeah, right in the middle of the pack.
The bar is loaded.
Bar is already loaded. 142.5 Anthony Vaillancourt, Canada. Exact same jump, exact same attempt. I haven't seen any mouth guard being used in the bench press, even though some of these lifters have used the Mars guard in the squat. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's obviously big weights for the guys that are on the platforms, not huge weights in the grand scheme of the bench press. I think, again, a lot of it is placebo effect. I know there are these sort of like jaw adjusting angle mouth guards these days. I have tried one. They're comfortable. Again, I think placebo effect, you've got to do what's required as an athlete.
The bar is loaded.
And now the bar is loaded, same weight, 142, but this time for Javier from España. Let's see it. For a 2.5 kilo personal best. Slightly unstable at the bottom, but he received the press command 2-1, a good lift.
Yeah,
One yellow from the left hand side.
Yeah, let's see the replay.
147.5 on the bar.
It's the heels again.
Yeah.
The bar is loaded.
It's gonna slide.
Yeah.
It's not loaded.
147.5 for Franz Joseph Goris. One we don't see often is back-to-back 7.5 kg jumps in the bench press event.
No, certainly not at these weights. But as we said, he's having a great day. Second did fly. Coming into this with confidence. Let's see what happens. He's still pushing.
I mean, even if he locks it out, which he does, I don't think it's gonna go in his favor.
No.
Unfortunately, no. But a good grind nonetheless.
A real good grind through it. 7.5 is always a risk, and you can see that right hand wrist just twisting at that point.
But you know what? Sometimes High risk, high rewards. It was close, but
It
just
was
not
close,
there.
yeah.
Now, Lyle Babin, Canada, retaking 147.5. We mentioned it was going to be a tough retake. He's coming out for it. It's provisional 4th position in the bench press event, and one that could help in the long run in the quest for the podium.
Yeah, he's driving through. And actually comparing that compared to his last, it was a very different touch point on the chest. Much higher on the chest, closer to his neck, and that's clearly paid off for him.
Yeah, it made for a better bar path, better strength output into the bar. 3 white lights, he gets his attempt.
And this is just a real great demonstration of how fine the margins are on bench press, that missing that touch point by a centimetre changes the game of how the bar's moved. Classic example there.
Yep, joint stacking is the name of the game for some of these bench presses. Same final attempt for James Hardy, Great Britain. He's already hit a new personal best. He wants another one.
That was a hard touch on the chest, but he has pressed through it. And 2 to 1.
But our sniper ref has sent in a yellow. I want to see that replay. Heels seem to be fine. How about the glutes? I don't see anything.
No, it's good for me. But they have the best seat in the house, and jury not even taking a second look.
We're taking 150, Rodriguez Botero, Colombia. It's something he's already done before in competition. It did not go through last time around. Can he correct just like our Canadian? Turns out he can, but how about the glutes on the bench? All fine, 3 white lights.
Very nice. Look, 2 perfect examples of how fine the margins here are on bench press. You know, without knowing what the lifter's feeling, you'd never say he would have pressed that. Comes out, adjusts, turns around, and actually probably another 2.5 kilos in the tank.
3 more bench presses to go. This one's to go from 7th to 3rd in the bench press event of the 74s, and it's only a 5 kg jump. It shows you how stacked the class is.
Yeah, it really is. Obviously a calculated risk, but I think one potentially worth taking here.
Pamo Ignacio to collect a medal on the world stage. Two to one. Good lift once again. That yellow on the right.
Let's look at the replay. But again, from a weight attempt selection perspective, I think that was on the limit. But let's have a look at this.
Now once again, it's below the hamstrings, but not the glutes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good for me. And jury, again, quick look, and lift remains good.
And now the medal positions are determined, but these next 2 are to increase the total. Loic Chiang from Singapore and Ben Tran from the USA, 160 and 165 respectively. Nicely done.
Yeah. 3 white lights and a great bench press day here from Loic. I think that was a perfect attempt selection for his 3rd.
Yeah, on point. The final attempt of the bench press event of the 74 Sub Juniors. Benton USA fired up for 165. He needs to collect as many kilos as he can before deadlift to try and at least secure a podium finish in the class if he can manage maybe an opener, a second attempt. Come on. Oh yeah, awesome bench press.
That moved nicer than his second. That moved nicer than his second and fully deserved.
I like the little dance.
Yeah.
3 white lights, a good lift. So final placing the bench press from Spain, collecting bronze with 152.5, Lopez Carvajal. From Singapore with 160, silver medalist Loic Chiang. And you just saw him on the platform, gold medalist from the USA with 165, Mr. Ben Tran. That was a great bench press session. We'll be back in about 9 minutes time for some deadlifts. See you then.
See you then.
The break is over, the wait is over. We are back for deadlifts for the 74 sub-juniors. First of all, the B group, obviously, and later on, the A group. Running orders. Openers ranging from 142.5 for Panama, and we'll go as far up as 235 for New Zealand with Darren Liu. And just so you know, you powerlifting enthusiasts at home, the next session has been delayed 30 minutes, so next session will indeed start at 1:30 in the afternoon. The first one to open is Yash Carrera from Panama, 142.5. I almost thought he was waiting for a command to start here.
I did think that as well, but bar offered little resistance. 3 white lights, good lift. Again, say it every time, not expecting any issues with opening deadlifts. Again, we'll be expecting bigger jumps, so we don't expect anyone to be anywhere near their max on these openers.
The only issue I could expect out of an opener is a sumo wobble at the top because it's too speedy. Other than that, not much can go wrong with a deadlift opener.
No, absolutely that. Just the, as you say, the sumo power wobble.
Emmanuel Vega Miranda, Costa Rica, 150. Three white lights, a good lift. I don't think you want your shoulder to be any more pushed forward than this.
No, it's definitely the last 18 months been a lot stricter on it. No bad thing, obviously. You know, shoulders need to be pulled back and locked out.
The bar is loaded.
Bars loaded for Arturo Castillo, Panama, 162.5. 12.5 kilos above his personal best. Unfortunately, he still won't be able to register a total. He did not manage a squat. Here's your wobble.
Well, unfortunately, no lift there. A little bit of double movement. Next up will be Chiho Ching from
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon, so again, I think it's one of those things with the opening sumo deadlift, it's probably the one time where I'd be comfortable to go up if required.
But with him bombing out in the squat, I think in that case I would retake.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing to gain, really.
bar is loaded.
Chiho Chang, Hong Kong, 165. A massive personal best of 215.
And maybe we'll be seeing some big jumps.
Hopefully. Three white lights, a good lift. That sure looked comfortable. I don't know if it's an indicator that is good for 215 today, but it surely has more in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see, obviously, off seconds, how the bar moves. Not uncommon to see much bigger jumps in the deadlift, whether you're a sumo or conventional puller.
The bar is loaded.
Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico, 190. Three white lights, a good lift, almost a stiff leg sumo.
Yeah, no, it really was. As you say, there's definitely a lot more, not so much in the sumo deadlift, but there's a lot of, almost straight leg deadlift type characters these days, starting with very high hips, and quite often they're big pullers.
The bar is loaded.
Barge loaded for Takarari Oda, Japan, 200 kilos even.
Three white, flag clear.
So that was 3 white lights. That was a good lift. Just having a couple of technical issues here with the electronic lighting system.
So we might see the referees wave the flags for these next few attempts.
The bar is loaded.
Bar loaded, 205 for Cedric Ng from Australia.
Lifting Kosugi.
It's going to be interesting to see how he progresses. He really wedges in, but then lets the hips throw himself back. Obviously, the bar at this stage offering little resistance, but he's happy to watch that as he jumps through seconds into thirds.
The bar is
Yeah, he
loaded.
really pushes his knees outwards to get his wedge going.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you've really got to hold that shape as the bar breaks the floor. We'll keep an eye on that as we move through the flight.
Now Miska Aka, Finland, 212.5. Judging by the chalk on his thumb, I'm expecting a hook pull here.
Yeah, very nice opening deadlift there, and 3 white lights. Good lift.
What would be the pros and cons of hook?
So, I think the pros, the very obvious pros are the neutral shoulder position that you're in throughout the lift. And a lot of, to be fair, sumo and conventional lifters do prefer these days. The argument is obviously no rotation whatsoever. I think the con to that is obviously actually locking it in, and the smallest error means you will be dropping that bar. Again, I think it comes down to personal preference. If you've got the thumbs, you can take that pain that everyone talks about, then why not? It is personal preference.
Yeah, I think pain tolerance is one of the cons. But when it's secured, it makes for a very strong grip. Is that right knee locked out enough? No, it isn't. No lift.
3 weights for lockout. Next out will be Sebastian Alejandro, Chile, 215
But this
kilos,
time
loaded.
it just looked like he was unsure of his grip. It just pushes the knees under the bar to try and support it a little bit.
Yeah, it really highlights here actually the importance of snapping those knees back in the sumo deadlift once the bar crosses the knee, because otherwise you get in such an unfavorable position to squeeze the quads at the top. It's just difficult. It doesn't mean that he's not strong enough, but there's a lot of timing that you need to factor into the sumo deadlift.
Nicely executed here by Akim Kubidags. 3 white lights.
With 230 kilos on the bar, the second to last lift is round before we move on to the second deadlifts. New Zealand, get ready.
Two more openers to go. We have Krzysztof Kosak from Hungary and Darren Louis from New Zealand. 230 and 235. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, he'll just have to watch that balance as he goes up. He controlled it well, but nearly lost balance there on that opener. No issues, but something to be careful of as he moves through the second and third attempts.
Yeah, trying to be too convincing at lockout could be a double-edged sword in terms of balance, knees unlocking.
Absolutely, it's very common to see, especially in the sumo deadlift, as you say, as you lean backwards to show convincing lockout, those knees just go soft. But no issues. It was a good lift, and we move on.
The bar is loaded.
Darren Liu for New Zealand with 235 kilos.
It's already a 10 kilo personal best for him.
And moving very nicely.
Very well. It's going to go to opener. We're moving back to the start of the second round of deadlifts now. With Jayesh.
So that closes out the first round. We are missing Shima and Castillo on the board. One of them, Shima, is opting to retake to 15. Castillo has bumped up his attempt by 2.5.
The bar is loaded.
Jayesh Kalara Panama 157.5, a 15 kilo jump. To the one, a good lift, but not convincing enough at lockout for the left-hand side referee.
Arturo Castillo from Panama, 165 kilos on the bar. Did not make his first attempt, so he will be needing this one to post a score.
I think he should be safe with that one. We'll move on to one of the lifters we were talking about just a few minutes ago, Arturo Castillo, Panama. He missed his opener. He's opting to go up by 2.5. This will give him a 15 kilo personal best. And one thing we really don't want to see is a lifter bombing out in 2 different movements.
Absolutely not. Yep, look much nicer. Let's see what the referees say. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift. He is on the board for deadlifts.
Will be Emmanuel Vega Miranda, Costa Rica, 165 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Same weight, 165 for Emmanuel Vega Miranda, Costa Rica. Just like his opener, really. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely saw the weight slightly making him lose shape in that middle portion. He wedges in, and a little bit of rounding of the lower back. But yeah, no, nonetheless a good lift.
I mean, in opposition to the truck and the bench press, I don't think you could go with too much baby powder, especially with that kind of sumo deadlift.
No.
It only makes it tougher for the spotters, though.
Bar is loaded.
Bar loaded for Chio Cheng, Hong Kong, 182.5. A big jump, as expected. But not really one that shows that he's pacing for 215.
No, it'd be a big ask to jump from this to 215, but we have seen stranger things. But first of all, 182.5 on the bar.
It definitely looked like more work, but 3 white lights, a good lift. I would say maximum 200.
I agree there. Just looking at the replay here, sets himself up. Yeah, you can see there he set his hips quite low. If you look at the replay, his hips sort of pop before the bar breaks the floor.
$205 for Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico, 15 kilo jump. Same exact deadlift. Hips very high up, but it works. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely. Even with his hips starting high, he still maintains that really nice bar shape, bar path off the floor. I say it works for him, and clearly the kilos are moving.
Kyushu Japan retaking 215. Now refs are going to look at his knees with strong intention. He needs to lock them out, be convincing. It looks slightly better from afar. 2-1, a good lift. Still one red light though.
Yeah, definitely same call for the same. Jury not really looking at it. They're having a glance, but I think he'll be okay.
The right looked better, the left one looked on the softer end to me, but not enough to get overturned. Now Cedric NG from Australia, 217.5, that's a 12.5 kg jump. Three white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, offered some resistance off the floor there, but once it got going, moved very nicely to lock out. Again, often the way with sumo, once it breaks the floor, the bar path only speeds up.
Floor really is the sticking point of sumo. Now Takanari Oda, 220, a 20 kilo jump for a 7.5 kg personal best. This wants to cross the 500 kg barrier in total. Half a ton, not bad. Three white lights, a good lift. Close to breaking down.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose now is the question of what can they put in that's going to pass on that third lift.
I'd say maximum 4 heads and the collars maximum.
Yeah, agreed. I think that would be a push.
227.5 from Mishka, Finland. Very close to his PB of 230 kilos. Proper setup, most of the ends on the knurling. Important to secure the grip. Nicely done.
Yeah, very well executed there.
I'd say there's a bit more room than Takamari. Maybe 7.5, but
Yeah, he's very patient off the floor, and I feel it'll become a strength and ability before a form breakdown. I think if he can get that bar off the floor, then he'll lock it out. We will see in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
yeah, the only thing that worries me is the way he looked at his thumb walking away.
Yeah.
Now Akim Kubedags from Chile, 230 kilos, 15 kilo jump. grindy off the floor, but very fast at lockout. 3 white lights, a good lift. Sounds like he's pacing for a personal best. At least match his personal best of 240 kilos. It's only 10 kilos away. Another 15 kilo jump, this time for Christoph Kosak, Hungary. I don't think that's going to be locked out enough.
Yeah,
No
tough
lift.
call. Yeah, he well executed, but just that lockout, didn't quite lock it out, and then I think in attempting to then try and put it back, a little bit of a dip, so he's been called for lockout, but
Followed it for Darren Liu in New Zealand, 252.5. That would be a massive personal best. His opener was already his personal best. Wow, looks like he's becoming a deadlift machine.
yeah, he is on fire today. That's really nice. I mean, 252. I mean, for me, a 10 kilos is good on that.
I'll say round it out to 260.
Why not?
Yeah, very nicely. So obviously he's in the lead for the time being with the A group yet to compete. We'll see them in about 12 minutes time. Just a few more deadlifts to go in the B group, but some good ones. They'll range from 170 to 262.5 for Darren Louis. Looks like you know your game, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, 10 kilos is good. I see what you mean, right? It's always a game of how many kilos do you want to put on, and you know, as a team, are they shooting for team points? We won't know until obviously we get into the next flight. But
I mean, instead of rounding out the deadlift, they've rounded out the total. They're staying on 570. They're aiming for 580. I can get it. And we'll see Arturo Castillo try and end on a high note after a difficult day. 170 on the bar. I think he's gonna get blues for wobbles. And 2-1, lack of lockout, and downwards movement.
yeah, real shame. He's had a tough day, but look, all credit to him. Keep coming out, keep grinding, and finish off that last deadlift, although unsuccessfully.
Yeah, and he's so young, so inexperienced, fresh, new to the sport. He'll learn,
Absolutely.
and no better ways to learn than competing on the biggest stage.
Absolutely, and it's a different game. You know, big crowds, lights.
Raish Carrara, Panama, 170.
A little bit of resistance there at lockout. Yeah, I was afraid of that. But only 2-1s. Let's see what the referees, the jury say. Jury are having a little quick look.
From that side, it does look okay. I think
Yeah.
he'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean the bars, as we all know, the bar is allowed to settle, and you know, it windmilling at the top is not an indication of a bad lift. So, you know, good lift from me. And more importantly, the referees.
175, a 10 kilo jump for Emmanuel Vega Miranda, Costa Rica. That would be a nice personal best of 7.5.
And definitely a milestone in the deadlift world. 175, three big red plates on either side, and the comp collars.
Yeah, I would love that for him. One thing to pay attention to is that shoulder lockout. Don't lean back too much. You will push your shoulders forward. It's not gonna pass. No lift. Double blues and one red. Nice try. Quick brush off the bar by the spotters loaders. Mandatory in the third round of deadlifts. And now Chio Cheng is approaching the bar. 195. Not in his best shape in the deadlift event. Just feeling the waters on where he is on the day.
Yeah, a lot of respect for that. You know, not being bound by previous PBs and numbers. He's taking what he's got.
It's just not there on the day, unfortunately. But he tried.
Next up, we will have our
Have to tip you out to that.
220.5 kilos.
And the sportsmanship of thanking the referees for their time. Tough job being a referee at Worlds. Need to be focused 100% of the time.
Yeah, definitely an important but thankless task.
Jan Rivera, Puerto Rico, 217.5 for a new personal best of 2.5 on the biggest stage. Wow. Nicely done. 3 white lights, a new personal best. He had a very intriguing deadlift for a smaller frame athlete. It's like a sumo of a big 105, like when Abdul Mojid was in the 105s, Yusuf Al-Adlani in the 105s. It kind of looks like this. Usually the 74s are more sat down in their sumos.
Yeah, as you say, the bigger guys, obviously, real thick set, posterior chain, hamstrings, glutes, lower back. But it clearly works for him. A little bit wobbly over the knees, but as you say, by that point the work off the floor is done and he executed successfully.
Now Cedric NG 225 for red plates. This is for 565 in total.
He locked it out, and 3 white lights. That is a great lift, and that is the classic example of once the bar gets moving off the floor with sumo, just keep pulling through, maintain that tension, and he is rewarded with a good lift.
Sumo sometimes is really a game of patience off the floor. Nicely executed by the Aussie. He walks away 3 for 3 out of the bench press, 565 in total. Now Kyosuke Shima, Japan. He had to retake to 15. He's going for 230 kilos. Safe to say I would not have bumped that up by 15, but what do I know?
You never know. You never know. Third deadlifts, summoning a bit of that deadlift party strength.
Yeah, lifters tend to find another gear when the third deadlift rolls around. Let's see it, Kyosuke.
Oh, unfortunately, not today.
And the grip just gives up on the bar. No lifts for Japan.
Hanani Oda, 230 kilos on the bar. The bar is loaded.
It looks like his thumbs weren't on the knurling, which makes it even more difficult to pull.
Yeah, it really does.
Not many can pull that off. Now Takanari Oda, also from Japan, going from that same attempt, but with a smaller jump of 10 kilos. That would be a new personal best. To the 1, a good lift, 1 red for lack of luck out.
Mr. Alcohol.
Yeah, let's have a look at this replay. Came from the right-hand side. Obviously, replay will be shown from the opposite side as we look at the stage.
I think only the right shoulder might be questionable. Hips were fine to me.
Yeah,
So were the
absolutely.
knees. Looks
Yeah.
like he's going to stand.
Absolutely. Jury took a glance and then didn't really pay it too much attention.
235 kilos loaded from Miska Alka. He squatted 190, bench 140, 235 is to hand with 565 in total.
Checking those thumbs before he set himself up. Let's hopefully they hold out for him.
Yep, he's giving us clues as to what to expect now. Looks like he's good for it. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, no,
Salute
very
to
nice.
you, young man.
Next up, we have Sebastian Alejandro from Chile, 240 kilos on the bar.
I'm confused because he kind of looks disappointed. Maybe he wanted to go for more, but was not feeling 100% confident with his thumbs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the third definitely moved better than the second. Again, occupational hazard of the hook grip, that he's taken what he thinks he's got on the day and actually locked those thumbs in for his third and maybe wishes he'd taken more. But he is where he is.
240 kilos for Akim Kubidags from Chile. He opened with 215, flew by 230 kilos. We were mentioning plus 10 might be the call to match his personal best. Turns out it is. It's going to be slow off the ground. We know it. We know what to expect. Can he maintain position? Yes, he can. Nicely done. 3 white lights.
The bar really accelerated over that knee. He almost got to that strong position and lockout was easy.
He'll be followed by Darren. Moving on to our
Nicely done. A great final pull.
bar is loaded.
2 more deadlifts to go before we move on to the A group. We have 245 for Christoph Kosak and 262.5 for Darren Louis, Hungary and New Zealand. For Christoph, it is a retake. It was not locked down enough last time around on the platform. It looked good for it in terms of strength.
No, he really did. Just got to lock it out on this third and final attempt.
Come on, lock it up. Ah, it won't pass the knees.
No, it almost looked like he was just too cautious off the floor, trying to avoid that, wobble at the top, and in doing so, actually just ended up in an unfavourable position. And the result, unfortunately, is no left.
And the thing is, with a missed second attempt like this, you can get in your head. And that's what happened, I think, here with Christoph. Final deadlift for the representative of New Zealand, Darren Louis. This is for 580, the top of the B group.
The bar is loaded.
He's improved so much on his deadlift. His previous personal best was in the 230s. He's now in the 260s. Talk about improvements being made from competition to competition. 30 kilos is a lot on a total, let alone on a deadlift. Wow. Oh,
Such a shame.
Fight today, Darren.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, just grip on that left hand, and unfortunately
To our A fight.
wasn't able to lock it out.
Well, that closes out the B group. I'd like to remind you that the second session of the day has been pushed back by a half an hour. The 74 juniors will start at 1.5 in the afternoon. It's going to be a very good one, so tune in for that. And now we move on to the A group of the 74 sub-juniors. What a range of openers from 220 to 295. And by the looks of it, the world sub-junior record could be endangered because it is only, quote-unquote, 300 kilos.
Yeah, 300 kilos. Wasn't too many years ago that 300 was a milestone, and now people are in the sub-juniors are nearly taking it as an opener. Durins was only commenting this week on a recent podcast that unless you're deadlifting 360 now and you're 83 opens, you're basically a nobody.
That's tough, but that's kind of true. Got Durins, Ade, Anna, Bornstein. What a class. Now French Joseph Goris opening with 220. This is where he ended up in the squat event. He's one of those lifters aiming towards a top 8 finish. He secures the total. We're missing the right-hand side referee. We might want to throw the flags up in the air. No, 3 white lights. But like I said, he secures the total. Now it is time to improve and climb up the rankings as much as possible.
Absolutely. He's definitely in contention for my favourite lifter of the session. I think it's between him and the Canadian.
Now 220 for Javier Antonio Mas, España.
Yeah, very nice.
3 white lights. We're going to see a lot of speedy openers for sure. It's at 2.5 more for Harry Liu from Australia. He squatted 215, bench 110. Both were PRs. His personal best in the deadlift, 245. White lights, he secures the total. Now I want to see at least 245 from him, a match personal best.
Yeah, I think definitely in reach today.
Just matching his personal best deadlift will already give him a huge personal best in total. Now Jesus Mancilla, he had a tough squat, then went 3 for 3 in the bench press event. So 220, 142.5, he's opening with 225.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely carrying a lot of confidence, or should be carrying a lot of confidence through from bench press. And let's see what he can get out of his deadlifts.
Yeah, bench press really a momentum shifter for him in this competition.
And a very nice open deadlift there. 3 white lights, good lift, and he will move forward.
With 235 kilos. Bars loaded.
Bars loaded for Ignacio Lopez Carvajal, 235. He PR'd in both events, 225 and 152.5. He's aiming towards at least a top 8 finish in the class. Another hook puller. Very explosive from the floor. that indicates that he has way more in the tank. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up at the top end.
From Singapore, 240 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
Now on to someone that had a great day, Loic Chiang from Singapore. He managed to collect the silver medal in the bench press with 160, he squatted 230 kilos. A real threat for the podium in the class.
Good opening deadlift, 3 white lights.
Next up will be Anthony Vaincourt.
Speedy enough.
240 kilos on the bar. Bar is
Now the
loaded.
next 2 openers are 240 kilos. We have Anthony Vaillancourt and Ben Tran. Ben Tran, who has dropped down his opener just to at least manage one and see what he has on the day with that back tweak. Three white lights, a good lift.
Next up will be Ben Tran.
Yeah, the Canadian lifter really on the heels of Ben here, so he's going to have to dig deep just to try and lock in.
Yeah, because Ben, as we speak, is still forecasted to be in second position, but the gap is significantly tighter in between him and the hunters right behind him. He was forecasted to be over 660 based on openers, but with him dropping down to 240, it only gives him 652.5. A different ball game.
It really is. Opens up the competition. Let's see how this moves and see then what he's got left in him.
But hopefully, first it is safe and he can secure a total. Yeah, he's just not there on the day.
Oh, unfortunately not there. Hopefully we can come back
And I think in that case, if I'm the coach, I'm telling him, bro, you're out. Please don't risk it for the biscuit. You have the whole future in front of you. You're young. You're a talent. It's just not your day. It happens. I know it's heartbreaking, but if you want to pursue powerlifting long term, you have to be smart today.
No, absolutely. And look, I've personally been faced with that situation for some athletes over the past months, and the reality is, if they want to be in this sport for the long term, they have got to protect those injuries as they come up. Pushing it at this stage is not worth it. No one is going to remember in 5 years' time. All they care about is junior and open titles, right? And these especially these sub juniors.
Explosive opener for Jonas Patrick. 3 white lights.
Well, we'll qualify my last statement though. Is obviously, I get it. They care about it, right? They're passionate. They're in it, in the sport.
Of course.
If they can't lift next year, next month, then what was it all? What was it all worth it for?
Yeah. Now 245 for James Hardy from Great Britain. Squatted 215, personal best. Bench 147.5, also a personal best.
One of the first lifters we've seen opt for no talc on his opening lift.
No problems. 3 white lights, a good lift. And maybe with Ben Tran out of the competition, that opens the door for him in a podium hunt.
Yeah, it really does. Let's we'll get through the seconds. We'll have a really good idea of what the scoreboard will look like, and might be time for him to push.
Now Canada, Laura Babin, 257.5. Squatted 240, bench 147.5. He was very close to the podium in each and every lift.
Absolutely, and Lyle, my other contender here for best lifter of the session, from my perspective.
He's a well-rounded athlete.
He really
Every
is.
lift is sane, technically sound, 3 white lights, he's collecting attempts. That's awesome. Next lifter out. One that's looking to beat the odds, and one that I'm not trusting. That forecasted total is Byron Moore from the USA, because he's opening with 265. which supposedly is barely anything for him. He has deadlifted 300.5 before in competition. He can be a threat for the world junior record, sub-junior record in the deadlift event today.
Absolutely. When we start getting up to these deadlifting weights, it is not unusual to see 25, 30 plus kilo jumps. Let's see how this opener moves, and we'll get a good gauge from there.
Yeah, Byron is on. Byron is very much on. And now the atmosphere has shifted in the room. The energy is different. It's the final movements. The deadlifts of the year group, placings, rankings are being pushed. I'm excited for the second deadlift, later on the third deadlifts. It's gonna be insane, Ben.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we, as you already said, the energy starts to lift. We will certainly sap off that, and expecting some big deadlifts in the next 20 to 30 minutes.
Now we have Yu Sung Hu, Chinese Taipei, opening with 270. Not the most convincing lockout. No lift, double reds.
Yeah, both his knees there pretty unconvincing, unfortunately. Shame to see when, wasn't the easiest lift, but clearly the strength is there, and at this level, we shouldn't be missing on technicalities. Not on the second deadlift, not on the seconds.
They are discussing it at the jury. They are not unanimous as we speak, so the coach is sent off. Final opener, 295 for Gonzalo David Rodriguez Botero, Colombia. He's deadlifted 315 before. We really are silent, waiting for that deadlift to see what he has in store for us. 3 white lights, it's shaky, but it's kind of fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm not expecting a huge jump there, but certainly, look, he's just locked in 295. The current world sub-junior record is 300. I absolutely expect an attempt.
303?
Yeah,
Just to get a chip, tactical advantage.
Absolutely.
And right now, it is his to lose. He has such a gap. He's comfortably in the lead. Why would you attempt anything over than 7.510?
No,
it would make no sense.
No. Take that, and then see what everyone else does. I mean, you're going to be pulling last, and if you're locked in, then put whatever you think you've got on the bar. But yeah, absolutely cover off, and nothing silly on the second attempt.
So it looks like he's going to go for 305.5, so stay tuned for that as we start the second deadlift with Franz José for Belgium, attempting a 15 kilo jump for a match personal best in the deadlift.
Yeah, lovely pull. 3 white lights. That is a good lift from the Belgian.
Our next lift coming out is Jesus Mancia from Mexico, 237.5 kilos for his single attempt.
What would he need on the third to be your favorite of the day, just to seal the deal?
He needs to hit. I want to see the perfect number put in by the coaching team. So some of this is on his coach.
Okay, you're putting the blame on someone else now. Now Jesus Mancia, Mexico, 237.5, 12.5 kg jump.
No, go, lovely pull there. Let's see what the referee says. 3 white lights, good lift. He has recovered so well after a tough squat competition, came back in bench and is so far flying in the deadlift. Very well executed second lift there.
Next lifter out from España, Javier Antonio Mas, already on the platform attempting a 17.5 kilo jump. Provisional top 10 in the class.
Again, very nice, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Next up will be Harry Lewis from Australia with 240 on the bar.
Now we have 2 attempts at 240 kilos, both Australia and the USA. Marilou and Ben Tran. I'm not sure I'm expected Ben to step on the platform. This one's for a new total personal best in total for Lou, 565, and that's quite comfortable. 3 white lights.
Next up will be Ben Tran, taking 240 kilos for a second go.
Yeah, I mean, based on Ben's reaction on his opening lift, which obviously he didn't break the floor with, but he is coming out. He is coming out.
He's a madman. He's an absolute madman. Wow. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like this at all, but why not? It's his own back.
It really is.
No lift. He might have missed the down command
Yeah,
here.
it did look like he missed the down command. He was tipping slightly forward at the top, and I think definitely centre and yeah, that centre and left referee.
I mean, in that case, you know, he has one shot at it. You're the coach. You try and argue it. It was well timed. He gets one white. You know, yeah, it was only shaking, but it didn't skip the command because your lifter went all out, risking it all, risking his back for a lift. I would have went to argue.
Yeah, I think you have to, right?
Please don't come out again, please, Ben.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Only bad things are going to happen, but we will see.
And a missed second attempt, surprisingly, by Singapore and Loic.
Yeah, Loic's had a great day actually. Attempt section have been bang on. Hopefully something technical there. We'll watch the replay now.
Yeah, his left hand starts to open up, and as he grinds, he just gives up.
Yeah. You know, maybe something a bit of grip for that third attempt. Let's see. He will obviously get one more shot.
Now Ignacio Lopez Carvajal, Spain, going for a new personal best in the deadlift event. That would give him a new personal best in total. Provisional 5th position in the class. Let's wait on the lights. They're all white. It's a new personal best, both in deadlifts and in total for Team Spain.
255 kilos, 2 kilo jump up to the opener.
Now Jonas Patrick Johnson, Costa Rica, 10 kilo jump.
Tough day for Jonas, but he is coming out, made his opening attempt.
Too asymmetrical at lockout to support the weight in his hands, no lift.
Next up from Canada, we have Anthony Melancourt
Next lifter out for 255, Anthony Vaillancourt, Canada. This would be a match personal best, but a new personal best in total.
Bar is loaded.
Provisional bronze medal in the class. Of course, that's subject to change with 6 more second attempt to go. He'll need someone to miss to end up on the podium. But we've seen that happen times and times again. Oh, and he's good for more.
Yeah, he really is. That's a solid second deadlift. And the bonus of coming from behind, and not, I don't say so far behind, but no one's necessarily looking at you. You know, everyone else will be looking at the top 3, maybe top 4. You know, a few people overstretch, and before you know it, you're in a medal position.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to put something crazy on the ball, like 270. One final pull to play for position. I would risk it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Except if Team Canada wants to play for team points, secure 4th or 5th. But if 3rd is possible, you play for the podium.
Yeah, no, you absolutely do.
Now James Hardy, Great Britain, 257.5. That would be a 10 kg personal best in total. Not yet in the deadlift event. A little flex at the top, but 3 white lights, a good lift.
Absolutely. A little bit of showboating going on. I actually preferred that how that moved to his opener. Much cleaner. Definitely some kilos to add to his total. They'll be playing for team points at this stage, so I think every kilo is going to count.
I don't know who he was looking at. Maybe our nurse over there, but just ore farming on the platform. Now Yu Sung-Hu retaking 270. He'll need to clean up his lockout to secure a total. Lock it out.
So it's definitely better on the knees.
2 to 1, he gets it. It is a good lift. Next up we have Lyle Bevan, 270.
So we'll have a look at the sine angle of that.
Yeah, so we've got one red card on the right-hand side as we look at him.
It looks better.
Yeah, definitely looks better.
Discussions have ended. He's safe and on the board. Now Lyle Babin, Canada, 272.5. 15 kilo jump, 10 kilos above his personal best in deadlift. Oh, he really has something to play for today. Provisional silver both in the deadlift and in total in the class.
Yeah, he really does. He's going to be defending against the American, who is now going to pull. You've also obviously got Ben, the other American, who's yet to make a pull, but has actually put in now 247.5, so he has gone up 7.5 for his third attempt.
They're adjusting to still play the game, try and secure the vice champion spot in the class.
Absolutely, and there's probably a bit of a game going on. The Americans have also got 2 in the flight, so trying to help out their teammate as well.
Yeah, maybe Bates, the Canadian. And now Byron Moore, USA, jumping 20 kilos. And he's still 15 kilos below his personal best. That's 285 for provisional silver in the deadlift event, provisional bronze in the class. We've seen him post crazy numbers on Instagram. It's time to post them on the platform. To the 1, a good lift, 1 yellow from the front. What would that be for?
I
don't know, you know, like, I'm just going to have a look at the replay here.
Current record stands at 300, so he's looking to extend that.
Maybe for dropping the bar just the last few centimeters on the way down.
Yeah, you know, perception from that centre referee. He hasn't controlled the bar all the way to the floor.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. because Byron's destiny lies in the hands of Gonzalo, because Gonzalo David Rodriguez Botero is going to attempt 305.5, 5.5 above the current world sub-junior record. He's 18 years old, is about to deadlift 305.5, weighing in at 74. What are we talking about, Ben?
These are insane weights, you know, and again, we spoke about it earlier. There was a time when a 93 open lifter, 300 kilo deadlift was impressive, and now we have sub-junior 74s attempting that weight.
Are we witnessing greatness? To do what's never been done before on the international stage. No lift, it's just not here today.
No. And to me, that is a strength issue. That is.
Yeah, because he's registered personal best 315. But I mean, that opens the door for Mr. Byron Moore.
Yeah, it really does. He can now, on that third attempt, make a choice.
The standings are going to get shaken up in the deadlift event, but for now, bronze Lyle Babin, Canada with 272.5, silver Byron Moore with 285, provisional gold with 295, the Colombian Gonzalo David Rodriguez Botero. Subtotals, I think they're interesting from the fifth up. So fifth, Loic Chang, fourth, Anthony Vaillancourt, third, Byron Moore, second, Lyle Babin, first, Colombian Rodriguez Botero. I think first position might be safe, but between Lyle Babin, Byron Moore, and maybe Singapore, I don't know, the podium is going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if I'm the Canadians now, I'm discarding Ben, unfortunately. Take that as a red herring and play the game as though he doesn't post a total.
Absolutely. Now, Jesus Mania, Mexico, 242.5. 3 white lights, no personal best in the deadlift, but a well-rounded deadlift event. All 3 attempts made. And a bit of emotion as he walks off the platform. I mean, it's the World Championship. You have to live it to the fullest and accept the emotion that comes with it.
Yeah, you really do. And, you know, some of these lifters may never get a chance again. You know, every year the competition gets fiercer and fiercer, and they're going to have to fight for their spot at the next national championships, and who knows who's coming through. We've certainly seen that with the Team GB selections over the past few years, and guys come out of nowhere.
All of a sudden, you have sub-juniors deadlifting 380.
It will not be long.
Now 245 for Franz-Joseph Goyes, Belgium. He squatted 220, benched 140, opened with 220 in the deadlift event, flew by 235. He's adding 10 kilos onto that for a new personal best in deadlift. And in total, this is to cross the 600s.
Yeah, great lift, 3 white lights. Really good attempt selection there from his coach.
And the coach is as happy as the lifter with that one. Love that.
He really should be.
Next lifter out from Spain, Javier Antonomas. 247.5, a 10 kilo jump for a 5 kg personal best in the deadlift event. This is to reach the 600s. Provisional 11th position in the class. Maybe not the best idea of slapping your foot and getting some baby powder up in the air and in the bar. But when you're hyped up like that, you don't control anything.
You absolutely do not.
Surely he gets this. 3 white lights. 600 kilos.
Very nice. Big milestone there for him and a great day on the platform.
47.5 kilos on the bar.
Now, I think I'm going to stand up to try and see if I see Ben trying. Yes, he's coming. He's coming to the platform. He's an absolute madman. He bumped up his attempt by 7.5 to try and secure the title of vice champion. He squatted 247.5, 143, benched a massive 165, got bench gold. What can he do with 247.5 to try and save a podium finish in the class?
Oi! He locks it out and that looks good. Referees say 3 white lights.
Give it to him. Give it to him. 3 white lights, a good lift, provisional silver medal in the class. He's an absolute madman.
Wow.
Mad respects for him for going all out, risking his back for a medal.
He has been so patient off the floor, you know, slightly altered that position and it has paid off for him.
I'm getting goosebumps. That's true passion. He's an athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. Well deserved. I have to say, after that first, I was worried for him, but he
Me
has
too.
dug out.
I'm still worried.
He deserves this. Yeah.
Because when he cools down, it might cost him a bit. But
Yeah. Good job there's a jacuzzi by the pool here. He's going to need it.
so that's provisional silver. Subject to change because we have Lyle, Byron, maybe Singapore. We'll see. And now we have Harry Lou, Australia, getting hyped for 252.5. This is for 577.5 in total, 13th in the class. A new personal best, both in deadlift and in total.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to be expecting some changes as we go through, but for the meantime, Harry,
Oh, he's good for it.
yeah.
3 white lights, a new personal best.
Next up, we'll have Patrick Johnson, Australia.
Nicely done today. He went 8 for 9, only failed his last squat, and collected PRs in every event.
So
Nicely done.
Yeah, we've already got one change in from Loic Chang from Singapore. Expecting a few more.
Absolutely. But that next one is Jonas Patrick Johnson from Costa Rica, reattempting 255. It was too uneven a lockout to just keep long enough to receive the down command. That's a tough thing to correct on the day.
Yeah, it really is. I really hope Jonas gets this. He's had a tough day, but he has showed up and he's continued to show passion on the platform.
Oh, we're gonna see some third deadlift magic here. We might. What about the lights? 3 white lights.
Yeah, he deserves that.
I mean, he was uneven. He windmilled. He locked his knees too early, but he kept on pulling, and he got 3 white lights. A
Very
good lift.
indicative of some early Diana deadlifting there.
Yeah, kinda. Now, next lifter out was changed his attempt. Loic Chiang from Singapore, 257.5. He's given up on the podium. He wants to try and secure top 5 in the class. That will give him 647.5. He now stands on 630.
Absolutely, he's probably very well aware of what he's got left in the tank, and you know, I think, you know, the old saying of taking one for the team, maximise team points. Singapore are strong, and you're doing the right thing by the team.
It's just not there today. No lift. But still a great performance from Team Singapore and Loic Chang.
Absolutely, smiles all round. He seems happy enough.
Now, of course, they're going to roll the dice. We're going to see a few attempt changes. Apparently, the next lifter out would be Anthony Vaillancourt from Canada, 265. That's a 5 kilo jump. To try and secure top 5, both in deadlift and in total in the class. A reasonable 10 kilo jump, judging by his second.
No, absolutely. And again, another call here. Secure some team points.
The bar is loaded for Anthony
It
Vaillancourt,
would be a
Canada.
10 kg personal best in the deadlift event. He's already surpassed his personal best total.
That's a solid final lift.
3 white lights.
Fourth attempt, another 10 kilos out back, I think.
Yup. And now, top 5. He just has to wait. But a top 5 finish would be a great accomplishment in such a stacked weight class. Next lifter out from Great Britain, James Hardy. Someone who's had a really good day so far. He wants to retake 5th position in the deadlift event, secure a top 6 in the class. 267.5 is his final attempt. It would be a 5 kg personal best in the deadlift and a 10 kg personal best in total.
Yeah, absolutely. 10 kilo jump here for James. Secure some team points for Team GB. And he will have to put it all on the line here.
Mentioned that his second looked better than his opener. Can he keep that trend going?
We will find out in about 5 seconds.
Three white lights, a new personal best.
Yeah. I have to say that was a great attempt selection. I'm not sure he had much more. He broke the knees and managed to lock it out.
Bumpy ride. Nicely done by Team GB.
We have a change in from Lyle Babin as well.
Yeah, and Team Spain have already changed once. Ignacio Lopez Carvajal adapting to what he just saw to try and regain a 5th position in the deadlift event and in total. Team Spain playing for team points. It's a 17.5 kilo jump, well above his registered personal best. Ignacio has made some great progress in every movement, so I fully believe he's capable of 270.
He's pulling it, still going. No.
I think he kicked it with his shins at the bottom.
Yeah, he really did. We'll see it on the replay, hopefully. You just see that bar kick forward very slightly. And look, at these maximal weights, once that bar starts moving forward, it's very, very hard to lock out.
Yeah, he threw him out of position.
I'm not gonna lie, he did well to get it to the knees.
Still a strong performance from Team Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been I mean, I said it before, right? Again, a stacked class, and everyone has done so well.
Now an interesting one, Ben. Lao Babin adapting to what he saw from Mr. Tran. He went all out to try and secure silver. Babin only has to add 2.5 on his deadlift to surpass Ben. That sounds very reasonable.
I know it really does. And again, if I was a betting man, I definitely would be putting money on this guy securing this deadlift.
Fire Reds and the colors to try and regain silver overall and deadlift bronze.
Yeah. No, a good lift, and the referees agree with 3 white lights, and he does the backflip.
Nicely done. Nicely done. And with that, the podium is not safe secure for Tran because we have Byron Moore that's going to pull and adjust his bar. He did just that. He's not going to go for a world record. I think he's going to play to try and surpass his fellow American.
He is.
But for now, next lifter out is Yu Sung Hu from Chinese Taipei.
Actually, looking at it, he's actually going to try and pull for second because he has body weight on the Canadian.
You're absolutely right, he is. And Yu Sung Hu is deadlifting for provisional deadlift bronze. 6th position in the class. Collecting medals in 2 different championships, only 3 days apart. That would be impressive for the representative of Chinese Taipei. Can he lock it out? Convince the ref with the knees. To the 1, again, a good lift, but not safe yet from a jury intervention.
No, although they aren't even looking at it. They just seem happy straight off the bat.
I mean, that's to be expected. With his final deadlifts, they are not looking away.
No, that looks good.
So provisional deadlift bronze for Chinese Taipei.
Absolutely. Now, so we have Byron Moore stepping up, 292.5, to equal the Canadian's total, but would then beat him on body weight and moving him to 2nd.
So that would push Tran out of the podium. Bit of heartbreaking, I have to admit. But having the maturity to adapt on the day, not go for the world record, and you never know when you're going to be able to go for another world record. But he wants to play for silver. That's provisional silver in the deadlifts, provisional silver in the class.
Someone will always break your world record. He will always have that medal. Definitely a smart choice.
Let's see it. Byron Moore, Team USA. To get revenge for our fellow American. He's been surpassed by Canada. Oh, it's not there! It is not there for Byron Moore. So Tran stays on the podium. Babin stays in 2nd position. And the Colombian Rodriguez Botero will be crowned champion of the world.
This is a real turn for the books, and I have to say, coming into deadlifts, well, after the openers, I would not have expected Ben to retain that position. To come in injured, maintain that, pull out an amazing 3rd pull.
What a guy. What an
Canada
athlete.
to then chip that, not literally, but pull into 2nd place. And then it looks like United States there, he rushed it compared to his 1st and 2nd.
He did. He really did. Wow, what an unpredictable class.
Yeah, no, it's been a great session.
And it looks like it's going to end with an attempt at a world sub-junior record. Once again, Rodriguez Botero, Colombia, going for 3:05.5. And in your head, you're the world champion. Does that really pressure and you fail because you're just already satisfied? Or is that extra fuel to try and get the record?
It's got to be extra fuel, right? Like you literally can put it all on the line with no risk.
He'll need to be precise and empty the tank for that record attempt, 3:05.5. We know it's going to be tough. It's never been done before. No one in the world has pulled this on the biggest stage as a sub-junior 74.
No.
It's not here on the day, but still, he is the 2025 IPF sub-junior 74 champion of the world.
What an amazing session. Probably the result we didn't expect coming into it at the start of the day, and certainly not after opening deadlifts.
Absolutely not. We expected Ben Tran to be able to put up a fight, and he would have been able to put up a fight should he was healthy, but he wasn't. But still, look at the final standings in the class. Ben Tran walks away with bronze with 660. Right over him from Canada, Lau Babin took full opportunity of what happened on the day. 662.5, vice champion, and the champion of the world with 702.5, Gonzalo David Rodriguez Botero from Colombia. Wow, what an insane class. And the next flight starts in about 17 minutes. So before we end the stream and move on with the medal ceremony, I want to thank you again, Ben, for having just providing great intakes, answering all of my questions. It was a pleasure to have you on stream. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
No, thank you very much, and hope to be back at some point in the rest of the week.
Oh yeah, you will be. Thanks again. Please don't go anywhere. The medal ceremony and then the 74 juniors.
USA is Byron Moore with 278 kilograms. In second place, your silver medalist, also from the USA, Ben Tran with 242.5 kilograms. And in first place, your gold medalist, Gonzalo David Rodriguez Otero from Colombia, 252.5 kilograms. Your squat medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. You can hop down. Moving on to the bench press medals. In third place, your bronze medalist from Spain, Ignacio Lopez Javier, with 152.5 kilograms. In second place, your silver medalist, Lo Chiang from Singapore, 160 kilos. And in third place, your gold medalist from the USA, Ben Tran, 165 kilos. Your bench press medalists, ladies and gentlemen. And guys, you can sit down. Now for the deadlift medals. In third place, your bronze medalist, Yu Sung Hu, Chinese Taipei, 277.5 kilograms. In second place, your silver medalist, Byron Moore, USA, 285 kilograms. And in first place, with 295 kilograms, from Colombia, Gonzalo David Rodriguez Otero. Ladies and gentlemen, your deadlift medalists. Thank you guys, you can sit down. And now for your total medalists. In third place, in your 74 kilo sub-junior class, Ben Tran from the United States with a total of 660 kilograms. And in second place, your silver medalist, vice champion from Canada with 662.5 kilograms, Lyle Evans. And in third place, your gold medalist and your champion of the 74 kilo sub-junior class with a total of 702.5 kilograms from Colombia, Gonzalo David Rodriguez Otero. Your medalists, ladies and gentlemen. Can everyone